of things wrapped up in that word with Joe Biden and Ukraine, too. Don't want to be proved so blatantly wrong. That's where we are in Ukraine. Gaza, another matter altogether. We are paying for our fidelity to a people. 85% of the Israeli people who are Jewish are for this war. I can't get the camera going. They don't necessarily like Netanyahu. All right, let's get that off. Hey, Zizu, JJ Jackson, arm wrestling. Gerald Kramer. All right, so good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining yesterday, the day before today. And I think we're going to have, as they say in the business, a good show for you today. They all say that. Every YouTuber I ever listened to. Got a good show for you today. Anyway, Hamster is coming on at give or take 10 minutes after 12, which is exciting to me. But the deal is I can't ask him any questions unless they're just, sort of not so much softball questions, but he doesn't want me to give him the boo bird questions. And good enough. I'll block those out. I think when I get a new computer, I don't know when it'll be, but I hope it's soon. I'll start editing out some of the things I say. And that disquisition yesterday on GTII, I'll try to put that in a video and just refer everybody to it. I feel like I've coughed up everything I can say about that. So if the boo birds are here, great. I'm not going to get into that discussion again. I won't avoid brief mentions, but I'm not going deep dive again. Before Ham comes on, I want to call your attention to this letter. I haven't even read it yet. I have my yellow highlighter here. If I can find it. Maybe I don't. Maybe I threw it away because it was out of ink. All right, I don't have a yellow highlighter. Oh, yes, I do, right here. My eyesight. I don't have depth perception right now. Okay, and then the other thing, I put Venmo in the description here. This week, I feel like public radio. I've never done it before, but I'm asking for donations simply because, if I get to the point where I'm asking, I've usually waited too long, and it means it's something that I need. I'm going to go to New York this weekend, Sunday. I'm going to stay Sunday night, be there early in the morning Monday to ring the bell for Finger, and then I'm going to stay Monday night now. And thank you for the donation so far. It's amazing. So I'm able to stay Monday night, and hopefully I'll get meetings Monday and Tuesday with the CEOs of several of these companies that we're in. I don't have those meetings yet, but I'm going to try to. Certainly, I'll meet with the CEO of Finger, of course. And so anyway, I'm looking forward to that. So anyway, this letter, how much time do we have? We've got about 20 minutes to go over this letter. This letter is from Trump Media and Technology Group, TMTG. It's written to the Honorable Jim Jordan, Chairman, Committee on the Judiciary, written to the Honorable Patrick McHenry, Chairman, Committee on Financial Services, the Honorable Jason Smith, Chairman, Committee on Ways and Means, and the Honorable James Comer, Chairman, Committee on Oversight and Reform. These are all House of Representative committees. They're all Republican chairmen because the uniparty has not been successful in the lobbyists haven't yet been successful in getting enough Republican representatives to retire. So the Republicans still have 1 or 2 votes majority, but they'll keep working on it. They'll try to get it so that the Nancy Pelosi wing can take over. All right. This is dated April 23rd, 2024. Dear Chairman Jordan, McHenry, Smith, and Comer, I write. All right, let's see who's writing. Let's see who's writing. That's who's writing this letter. Devin Nunes, CEO, Trump Media and Technology Group. And he copied the Honorable Vern Buchanan and the Honorable Greg Stew. Okay. Dear Chairman Jordan, McHenry, Smith, and Comer, I write to inform you of an urgent matter concerning the potential manipulation of the stock of Trump Media and Technology Group Corp. Which trades on NASDAQ under the ticker DJT. All right, I'll read it out to be accurate. Which trades on the NASDAQ stock exchange under the ticker DJT. Since April 2nd, 2024, DJT has appeared every day on NASDAQ's Reg Show threshold list, which is indicative of unlawful trading activity. This is particularly troubling given that, quote, naked, unquote, short selling often entails sophisticated market participants. They're not all sophisticated. A bunch of them are just bullies. Profiting at the expense of retail investors. Reports indicate that as of April 3rd, 2024, DJT was the single most expensive stock to short in the U.S. markets by a significant margin, meaning that brokers have a significant financial incentive to lend non-existent shares. Oh, that never happens. There's systems in place. You can't just add up the numbers on FINRA every day. It doesn't count the buybacks and the deliveries. It's algorithmic trading. That's what the apologists say. But here is former Congressman Devin Nunes, now CEO of Trump Media and Technology Group. Whatever you think of Trump, he's got a lot of money. So the data and his information is probably good. The potential manipulation of Trump Media and Technology Group, unlawful trading activity to lend non-existent shares. Non-existent shares. Furthermore, data made available to us indicate that just 4 market participants have been responsible for over 60% of the extraordinary volume of DJT shares traded. Citadel Securities, Virtue Americas, GI Execution Services, and Jane Street Capital. That is a group of people who are stealing from you and creating wealth beyond the imagination of any human being. To provide liquidity. Overall, we assess there are strong indications of unlawful manipulation of DJT stock. As such, I respectfully request that you open an investigation of the anomalous trading of DJT to determine its extent and purpose, and whether any laws, including guys and girls, including RICO statutes and tax evasion laws were violated. So let me read that sentence again. As such, I respectfully request that you open an investigation of anomalous trading of DJT to determine its extent and purpose, and whether any laws, including RICO statutes and tax evasion laws, were violated, so that the perpetrators of any illegal activity can be held to account. Citadel, Virtue, GI Execution Services, Jane Street Capital. These are the guys that the Kramers and the Eastons really are fronts for. Everything I say on this video is my own opinion, my own judgment. Do your own analysis. Okay, overall, I read that. So next paragraph. A thorough and expeditious investigation should include requests for the following records. Tick 1, tick. Consolidated audit trail. Have you heard this before? Consolidated audit trail. Have you heard it before? Anywhere? You can't ask for that. You can't listen to him. There's systems in place. That's not happening. Well, I guess a letter doesn't prove it's happening, but I would say with billions of dollars to do and legal teams galore, that to write this letter by a former congressman, he's done his due diligence. All right, so a thorough and expeditious investigation should include requests for the following records. Bullet point: consolidated audit trail, trading data, including trading records, quotes, market maker records, ad drop records, and consolidated audit trail tables revealing masked fields such as broker aliases. Bullet point: Financial Industry Regulatory Authority, FINRA data, including broker short interest data and Trade Reporting Facility, TRF, data with the broker's market participation identifiers, MPIDs. Bullet point: Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation, DTCC. That's the Donald Trump Clearing Corp, DTCC. Information including daily position reports, CNS accounting summaries, participant daily activity statements, universal trade capture data, consolidated trade summaries, or M209 records, and correspondent clearing records. Bullet point: reports from DTCC member firms reflecting total shares short since February 14, 2024, including trading under the symbol DWAC prior to March 26, 2024. Consolidated audit trail data for loan/borrow reports and daily locate and pre-borrow logs. Have you heard any of this before? You can't listen to him. He's just promoting his own ideas. There's systems in place. Our systems work. Okay. Such an inquiry is needed to protect shareholders, including Trump Media and Technology Group, retail investors. It may also shed light on the need for policy changes, such as closing the reg show loophole. Have you heard any of this before? Have you heard these prescriptions before? It may also shed light on the need for policy changes, such as closing the reg show loophole for market makers, which really aren't market makers, requiring brokers to better document their efforts to locate and borrow stock. The law says it has to be in writing before you execute the trade, and stiffening penalties. Have you heard? Has any of this been discussed before? For illegal naked short sellers. If you hear the bell tolling, Jeff Easton, Philip Valier, Hai Lee Kim, Sam Chung, John Hancock, it tolls for thee. For your reference, I am attaching an April 18th, 2024 letter I sent regarding this matter to, have you heard her name before? Adina Friedman, chair and CEO of NASDAQ. She of the 2,400 a month, 2,400,000 a month salary and other income. The other attached letter, signed by 74 members of Congress and relating to a separate incident of possible market manipulation, potentially including naked short selling, suggests that TMTG's experience is not unique. I am ready and willing to assist in your efforts in any way possible.
Hey, Bill.
Yeah, you're live, so don't.
Okay, no, I just say I finished all my little chores. I got my son.
Don't give away my real identity.
Oh, okay.
Just kidding. I can put you off this speaker, or you can start.
No, I'm ready to go.
All right, go. I just read, just for your edification, I just read the letter that Devin Nunes wrote. I did not read the letter that he sent to Adina Friedman, and I did not read the letter yet that has a lot of signatures, which was written regarding MMTLP and signed by, I don't know, 100 signatures, something like that, from Congress.
Just to let you know that everyone here, we are in great hands now. This is what I could tell you. It's going to happen. There's going to be congressional hearings. You'll see it shortly. This is going to end. We're with the most powerful man on earth. Whether you like him or not, he's going to help all of us. And he's going to help you and your kids, because you cannot survive without financial taking risk, whether it's hurting properties or a home bill, whatever it is. Everything revolves around the stock market. And if they just keep taking the money, eventually it's going to get wiped out. And just to show people, I said shorten the video at about the 8:15 to 8:30 range. It was a little bit above it today. And what did they do? They smack it back down. It's like clockwork what they're doing. Educate yourself on trading. So if you have to make a living, you can do it. Whether it's making $100 a day or $1 million a day, you got to learn. All right. We're fighting criminals here. This is the fight the criminal hotline. But when we win, it'll change your life. That's what we're about. I'm not fighting criminals because I'm fucking Batman and Williams Robin. That's not why we're doing it. We're doing it to change our lives. We trap these guys.
I'm Superman.
Superman is somebody else. But anyway, we're here to expose this and to benefit from it. Friends, family, we're all in these names. We can't win unless we expose these criminals. And now we have the most powerful person in the world fighting for you. I can't tell you what second it's going to happen, but the shit's going to hit the fan, and we're in the right spot. Finger motion is on the front line attached to DJT, whether you like it or not. MMTLP was an easy one to give the information to because it's already out there. They're fucked, everybody in this thing. And they understand it. They stopped trading. They stuck everybody. They have all the information on it. Patrick Mahenry, me and William was in his office. We were speaking to the head counsel.
We were in Comer's office. And we went to Jim Jordan's office. We did those offices.
Well, I'm just saying, but McHenry was the leader for a while with MMTLP.
Yeah, yeah.
And he thought it was going sideways. Now he knows that he was given the right information. And now he's going to have no choice because Jim Jordan, Nunes are going to form. There's going to be congressional hearings on this. There's no more bullshit here. All right? And I got finger motion into that discussion because of fundamentals. It's there already. Now, William, I sent you a small stock that was just retained by Tom Rock, PRTT.
That, you know who's in that stock? The good doctor. The surgeon from California.
Oh, Dr. Aziz. Yeah. I know friends who are buying it. I knew nothing about it. But I sent you a little with Tom Ronk wrote. And when I get off the air, you can read that to everybody because that company seems to have, I don't know much about it, but do your own homework. But it has tremendous fundamentals. And I think it said 2 to 3 million shares short. So, I mean, that's something that could really be exciting. I don't own it. I don't have any more money to spend. It's just, but if people looking for opportunities, do your homework. William, read that to him later. It's on buy-ins.net on Twitter. And if they retained Tom Ronk, that's a great thing to get done. Companies don't want to spend the money. Obviously, they did. Take a look at it. And you know what? You make your own decisions on it. But fundamentals at the end of the day will win out. The shorts will get eaten alive. The shorts live on companies that are trying to start up companies. DJT is a startup, really, and they're trying to piss on it. It's fully funded, but yet they want to piss on it, starting a streaming, whatever they're doing. That's where they attack because it's very hard to stand and fight back because the press goes along with the criminals saying, well, it is a startup. It is this, it is that. It doesn't have the fundamentals. Once you go on the other side of that fence, there is no story anymore. The only story is calling the CEO a scumbag motherfucker or whatever. That's the story. Once they get past the fundamentals, they have nothing to say. All right, so Big Motion, I believe, is on the other side of the fence. You can read that one, the PRTT to them, to the investors, let them look at it. CELO, which I told people about, I didn't meet the guy, but I know the people there. They want to extend your life. I have to believe in that. Who the fuck would want to short that thing? They're a disgrace. They would kill their own parents, their kids. They don't give a shit. And that's why I believe in that company, because I believe that they're trying to do the right thing. Like Northwest Bio with the cancer and this. You got to remember, they got to go through different phases with the FDA. I think the FDA's got a lot of rats in their camp, and they tip off the short sellers. I used to short stocks for a big hedge fund, and he had a surgeon that was calling the shots based on the technology they used in the operating room. And one of the stocks that I remember shorting was U.S. Surgical. Now, I was young, I didn't know, but they were working on whatever tools they want. The stock got ahead of itself. They shorted it. They were right. But they also shorted, I can't remember the one with the Da Vinci system. It makes it makes all the robotics for surgery. They shorted that company and they got their ass wiped out. I can't remember the symbol of it. I can't remember. It was a robotics company. They got destroyed in that name. All right, so these guys play the game. They win, they lose. But when it comes to fundamentals, once the company goes on the other side and gets fundamentals, that's when the towel gets tossed in. And I believe Finger Motion is there. We'll find out more information on Monday, William, when you meet the chairman and all the company ringing the bell on the NASDAQ on Monday. I won't be able to be there, but you will. I have a Lou from Brooklyn coming in, a couple of the shareholders. I had their names sent to the company and they got invitations. So a good spackling of holders will be there ringing the bell. And, companies that ring the bell are not companies going out of business. I think the NASDAQ does a little investigation before they put you up there. All right. They just don't let anybody ring the bell. If they do, shame on them. But I do believe that they will expose criminals. And if a company is good, they reward them by letting them ring the bell. And, Finger Motion has been added to the NASDAQ. The only thing wrong with Finger Motion is those scumbags, Lynn Partners, that motherfucker trying to hurt companies and my family. Fuck you. When the shit hits the fan in DC, and it's coming, all right? You hear my voice? They're coming. These motherfuckers are going to get locked up, just like Sam Bankman-Fried and Bernie Madoff. These guys all belong in jail. They're looters, counterfeiters, and they don't give a fuck. How many people did it want to wipe out? They don't give a shit about anything. And I told you yesterday, William, on the call, I do believe that the government or somebody is telling Ken Griffin and all the other people, they laid off that sell button yesterday and all these stocks melted higher. Today, they're back on it again. Again, I think they just wanted to get it higher so that suckers would come in and buy NVIDIA calls and all this stuff, and it's a way for them to make more money, which I always told you, short sellers, real ones, want them higher. So that's a little con job to get the stocks higher. So be wary about that. The market underneath it is crumbling, so you got to be careful because they try to manipulate different big cap stocks to give the appearance that the Dow is okay. It's not down $300 or $400 by, I saw someone sent me the chart on Triple M, and he thinks they're going to try to jam that up a quick 10 points. Another Dow component, so they can kill one other Dow component, and Triple M will take the lead then, just like they did. Boeing got crushed, they took something else up. Now you got multiple companies starting to get weak, Apple, NVIDIA, the technology sector. So be careful with your pension money. If you see an opportunity to move to the sideline, don't be afraid. No one's going to bite you. You're here to protect yourself. Get those returns, keep adding them up. If you're an investor looking for the home run swing, that's what we're trying to do. We know the shorts are trapped. Finger Motion, 220 million shares short plus 1.59 million real shorts. William, what is today's date? I don't even know.
It is the beginning of the rest of your life. It's the 24th.
Okay, so today on the 24th, I'm not sure, maybe it's tonight or tomorrow morning, we'll get an update, on Finger Motion, it's called, what is it called? Shortsqueeze.com. They'll give us the updated on the real short. It was 1.59 million. It's been going down slowly. I do think that number is going to go down again. When you say, how are they buying a stock that doesn't go up when the shorts are covering? It's because they are washing those trades from the naked short to the real short. And that tells me they're tied together, because these guys are not buying stock in the open market. They're buying it from the naked short. So that doesn't have any effect in the marketplace. All right. If the shorts are covering, stocks usually go up. This is a different, the real short is covering, and who's selling it to them? The naked short. So they're just going to blow up whatever this naked short position is. They'll move the real short eventually into the naked short position. That's when you know, just follow the real short, shortsqueeze.com. I think it comes out today or tomorrow. Look for that number to go lower. All right, so we'll see what happens there. I discussed NVIDIA for you. I told you DC is going to be hot and heavy. Is DJT turned up yet? I look for that stock to turn up big.
Let me see.
Never mind, I got it 33.06 up 49 cents. They tried to drive them down to get people to panic out. That other stock that they drove it down hard was Root, and it's starting to get a little firm again. So keep an eye on that for another squeeze attempt there. All right, so pay attention to that. What else am I looking at? ZJYL doing nothing, GDC doing nothing, and Figure Motion is 314. Listen, I'm not allowed to recommend or tell you anything. Do your fucking homework. Stop being a lazy ass. We can point you, we can't make you drink the water, but you got to read. This is a small company that's got a huge, huge trapped short. 220 million shares with a 25 million share float. And they're giving you a special dividend. And companies got fundamentals, deals announcing all the time. Pay attention. The company is posting on Twitter. I don't understand all the cell phone technology, but they are with the state of the art on this 5G and all this technology. Finger Motion is tied to the Chinese telecoms. When there's business opportunities, Finger Motion is getting the nod in the biggest market in the world. They're getting the nod before anybody else. All these big companies, Finger Motion is getting the nod. It's getting the nod in data and the top up. They're getting the nod in text messaging. And now you just saw it where they have an app that they're working on that can be used to charge your technology on the car batteries, whatever. In the US, it costs $12 a charge. So Finger Motion is going to get a piece of it when they use this 400,000 charging stations. Finger Motion went from 200,000 downloads to 650,000 in 3 months. What was when this thing gets to a couple of million, 50 million, 20 million? That's just a fragment of the population. There's 1.5 billion people in China. This is a major growth story stock that's been under attack. And what happens when they fold? It folds quick. So do your work, look at the opportunity. I'm telling you, I ask people about opportunities all the time. And a lot of companies got great opportunities. Northwest Bio is working on brain cancer. I met a woman today, her best friend has it, and it's an aggressive cancer. I don't know what to say to them. No one's fighting for these people. The guy's gonna die. No one cares. These short sellers don't care. They've been beating up this company for years. The company's fighting back, trying to get discovery against market makers that are destroying their company. Think about that. That's what their work is on. The company that does working on cancer treatments for a brain has to sit here and fight against discovery, against criminals watching and making shorting stocks. How crazy is that? That's what they're doing. That's what they're wasting their time on. DJT has to waste their time putting out press releases to congressional hearings just to get the criminals off their back. And that stupid scumbag Ken Griffin calling out Trump and Nunes, he's got to be the biggest idiot in creation. He's got $45 billion in his pocket. How could you even address that? He should have came out and said, I will make sure that our company's not doing anything illegal in these stocks. And a matter of fact, we won't accept orders in DJT anymore. Go to other wholesalers. We don't want it. That's what I would have said to protect my $45 billion. Now Trump and Nunes should get in here, lock the fucker up, and take his $45 billion and throw him in fucking jail. Think about the balls this guy has. And I told you, I saw him sneaking around a Miami hotel. That's what the mafia did, sneaking around, whispering to people. That's what he was doing right in front of me. What guy worth $45 billion runs around in his car and his protection, having quick calls with people, not even at a table, in a hallway, standing next to me, the biggest jerk off in creation. I had to watch it. And if you watch any gangster thing, John Gotti used to do the same thing, walk down the street, whispering to people. That's what he was doing. He was scheming. He's a scheming fuck. And he stole everybody's money. And the worst part about it, William, I don't know if you remembered it, he said in a video, Merlin Capital, who was short GameStop, was using the Teachers Association pension money. And he's blaming the GameStop people for buying the stock and squeezing the stock and making the teachers lose money. He's the one that they're using the money to steal. Are you kidding me? Union, whoever gave him the money should be thrown in jail too. Also, he knows what they were doing. He was looking for big returns. Instead, they got wiped out. I'm sure the teachers union is going to have to explain that to everybody. Oh, sorry about that. We lost 18% of your pension money, short GameStop. You think they're telling all those teachers that, or just trying to hide it? Because I never heard boo about that till that baboon said it, Ken Griffin. Anyway, William, go ahead. You got anything to say?
You're so on hard on him. Before Ken Griffin, there was no liquidity in the markets. And look what he's doing. He's giving you liquidity.
Someone told me Merlin Capital lost $500 million for Michael Jordan. He was shorted too. Think about these criminals. I'm telling you, DJT is going to scream to $50, $100. I don't know what time, but you can't.
Are there call options on DJT?
I don't know what the options are. I haven't seen them, but I'm sure there are.
Why don't you, unless you don't want to, but why don't you explain at the beginning of the call, you said learn how to trade to make a living, even if it's $100. How would you trade NVIDIA? How would you trade DJT, for example?
You tried to catch, in the video, I tried to catch the last spike up, right?
Yeah.
So the spike would be, I thought it'd be 8:15 to 8:30, so like 8:20 range. It spiked past that pre-market today, and then it just kept crashing down again, right?
Yeah.
So if it did do it, I'll be short, let's say at 8:20, it's 8:05 now. I would cover 50% of it, get my money off the table, and let the profits roll. Or I can sit there and say, okay, you know what? I made a quick 5,000. Instead of just taking 2,500, give me my 5,000, and I'll wait for another rally up to try again. That's one way of doing it. You could take half off and let it drop down to 750 again if you think it's going to go there. And I'm a believer in, hey, I used to say, give me the quick 5,000, but now the movements are so big in some names, why would I give up? I would rather just take, all my money off the table plus some profits, and okay, I got a free bet. If the video breaks down to 700, I won't make 5,000. I'll make 105,000. I'll take that shot. That's life changing. You take 105,000, you take 50, pay off your mortgage, pay your taxes, and you're in a great position then. Those are life changing deals. But you got to manage your risk so you don't get hurt, because they all don't work. The hardest thing is timing. And I think that, if you learn how to catch these swings, I'm not a believer in, I don't go with the crowd. I go against the crowd. So when the video was popping up, you could see I wasn't looking for a buy recommendation. I was looking for a spot to short it, because I believed it was going to go back down again. because the damage that was just done to 750, where I think it was $750, I believe that was real damage to the stock. You know, I think it took the wind out of it. So any rallies back up are, to me, are a short. It's not like it's spiking.
That's NVIDIA. That's NVIDIA.
Yes,
okay.
That's NVIDIA. DJT, they did the same thing. They pushed it down, but it's the opposite. You buy the dips in DJT for the rips. Now, I would do it if I bought it at 33. I would sell whatever I paid. Let's say I made 50 cents on 100 calls. I made 5,000. I would take the 5,000. Let's say I bought the 35 calls. I would take the 5,000 and buy the 45 calls, 10 more points away. And I would buy them very cheap calls, let's say 20, 30 cents. And, you know, with 5,000, I could get 130, 140 calls. It's just 14,000 shares. If this thing ever takes off, I get a free shot. If it goes to 80 minus 45, I make $35. That's big money. It's 300 grand.
Well, they said somebody said 770 million shares potentially short.
The only thing I don't know, because I didn't study it, is did they sell it and buy some back? So 770, let's be conservative in my own mind. It could be 770. I'll sit there and say, you know, William, let's make it 300 million.
Okay.
Just being safe. I'm going to take away 400. It's still only 45 million in the float. What the fuck are they thinking?
And it's all the spotlight is going to be on these trades. What brokerage firm is or prime broker is going to want to leave that trade sitting there on their books?
No one, zero. I guarantee you, they're all shit in their pants because they don't know what to do. Because, like I said, they got the most powerful. I keep saying the richest, the most powerful man in the world. And they're trying to rob him, and he knows it. And you know what? You can hate the fucking guy, but he's a businessman that makes shit happen. Okay, he's from Brooklyn. He makes shit happen. People from Brooklyn are fighters, like KYP. Remember KYP? We're fighters. We don't take shit. We keep fighting to stay alive. We're like fucking rats. We don't die. That's how we are. And he's the type of guy. They tried to throw him under the bus. The media, everybody. Oh, the stock is getting hurt. Now he's got them all caught. He's caught them all. Do you think he's going to let him out of the trap? Not a prayer. And now he's got people that are helping the whole group educate on naked short selling and how widely spread it is. Now, I don't know the people helping him, but they brought up the word finger motion and MMTLP. I'm sure the people that are doing that, it's somebody we know. William, have you been busy? I don't know. It's not me. It's got to be William. I haven't been around. I've been busy. I don't know anything. But they're going to win. Those two companies are getting dragged in. Trust me, they're getting dragged in. MMTLP, they dragged them in already. You enjoying that, everybody at MMTLP? You enjoying it? I passed it to Charlie Payne today. I told him to wake his ass up. Get out there. You like Donald Trump? Here it is. Fight back. Yesterday, William, somebody put a story on Bloomberg that every time the stock goes down, oh, Trump lost 1.2 billion today in market value, or this. Who would sit there and give a shit how much money this guy has? It tells me that somebody is trying to squeeze him so he doesn't have money. It's obvious. He knows it. We all know it. And he's going to step on it. Jim Jordan is Donald Trump's buddy. Trust me, they're going to get him. And I've been posting about Root to Jim Jordan for a while.
Hey, I didn't think about that. Jim Jordan is a guy that gets things done.
He may not get it done, but he sure for shit will get it exposed.
That's what I mean. In Congress, he has meetings. He just anyway.
Can you imagine what he's going to say about the counterfeiting in this stock now that he understands it?
Oh my gosh. Wait till he has an aha moment. Do you mean this happens in every stock? Do you mean they use Reg Show to do this? Do you mean that Jeff Easton is a fraud?
I'm telling you, I'm not even concerned anymore that these guys are going down. The problem is companies have to get to the front line and get their name out there and do the right thing. Companies need to do the right thing. So they need to expose it. People have to come out, get the data from Tom Ronk. Once again, I told you about that company. I didn't read the whole thing, but Tom flashed me that PRTT he's been retained by them to expose the short there. And the company has tremendous fundamentals. So I guess, take a look at it, people. William, I text you what they sent to me. Look at it, and you can make your own determination there. But companies with fundamentals will eventually win out. And again, for the people that are in GTII, the CEO has to leave. He's brain dead. He's too old. What do you call it, William? He aged out. Is that what you?
They aged out of their business plan. I'll tell you that much.
Right.
And
listen, they're too old, too slow. They don't move fast enough. They need a go-getter like William. Not, that's what they need to do the stuff.
Their business plan operates like a walker moving toward the elevator. Hold the doors.
I like to say Rome was built faster than the way they move. Companies. I spoke with Richard Hoffman yesterday again in Lent, and we can't believe that they're not doing anything. On top of that, he said he was approached by another company with a business plan and wants to merge it.
In fairness, just quickly, in fairness to Reichman, he did work on the side of shareholders for quite some time. So, but I think there's a seat at the home for him ready.
There's no question he did the right thing for a long time. But, you can't turn doing the right thing into doing the wrong thing.
This is about money. I mean, this isn't about, trying to be polite.
Well, like you said, he aged out.
He aged out. And so did they age out of their business plan, a reasonable business plan. So it's just time to get in with the movers and shakers, and who's better than the hamster to move and shake and ping the opponent on the other side of the net.
That's what I'm good at. But again, you need to be aggressive in this game. You need to fight. You need to fight 24/7. If you don't have the fundamentals, you have to fight 24/7, make noise every day, expose the criminals, go to DC as a CEO, and they're not doing it. They just slow down. They're too old and it's over. I expect them to move on. I just don't know when.
I'm looking, I don't know how many signatures are on this original letter, but man, Trump, well, anyway, Nunes, however you say his name, he sees that this MMTLP was signed by over 100 congressmen and senators. That's the work of Anna, Queen of Trades, and Busy, and so many other people. It's incredible. Look at all those signatures.
I told you before, they made a big mistake and stopped trading. When you stop trading, you trap the longs and you trap the shorts. How do you stop trading? A special dividend. That's what gives you the proof. I expect DJT to stop trading using some sort of something from a bag of tricks. I don't know what it's going to be. Maybe it's an NFT. Maybe it's, who knows what it's going to be. Everyone gets to go to the White House to take a dump. I don't know. Give out a card for anything. It doesn't make a difference what it is. But it's coming. I just don't know when. You're wearing great hands, everybody. As Jameis Winston said, put a smile on your face. If we're going to do this, we're going to do it big.
I saw you go into office after office after office. Couldn't keep up with you. So you've been down there working it for a long time.
Listen, if they let me loose in that building, give me some roller skates. It's so big, the place. I can do the whole building in 2 hours with roller skates.
You should bring your racquetball and just hit them from down the end of the hall.
As they step out of their office, I'll nail them.
Boom. Hold on there, Nancy.
Anything else?
Let me think what you were saying. I don't know if you want to, what's today, Wednesday? I suppose now it's probably pretty unlikely there'll be news on Finger before ringing the bell, but there might be. But I don't think people have to worry about specific news events. It's coming and it's going to be steady and it's not going to stop. Finger is moving to profitability and it'll never go backwards after that. And the shorts will be in trouble in Finger.
Listen, let me ask you this question. If you were the CEO of Finger Motion and you know you have a captured audience, people reading your stuff, retweeting, talking, watching your videos, you don't think they have a trick ready to come out here soon? You're out of your bird.
Well, there you go. There you go.
My belief is that if it was me, either I do it Friday in the afternoon, or you do it Monday during the day when they're going to New York City. Because if they put out real positive news and the stock starts to go up, going into ringing the bell, I think it's a major, major positive.
It is.
That could be the final knockout punch right there.
Well, one thing it could do is legitimize Finger a bit in terms if they use it as publicity and reference as they go to institutions to buy the stock. Once there's institutional buying and their internal research departments on Finger, you know, Jeff Easton and his day trading skills of Yahoo can just take a leap.
That's my favorite. That's his resume. Are you kidding me?
For 90 days, he day traded Yahoo.
Yeah.
That's his skill.
Now he's the money manager to the stars. What a low life creep. I told you these guys can't trade their way out of a paper bag. It's not easy.
Or into one.
No, well, listen, he actually traded his way into one in Finger Motion because they had the debenture, he shorted the stock, and he trapped himself. You talk about an idiot. There you go.
And the management at Finger doesn't belong in a home. The management at Finger is kicking butt.
How old is Martin? I don't know.
I don't know. I would guess he's in his early 40s, but I hope I don't insult him. He might be younger, but I could be wrong.
Actually, I remember what it is now, and you are completely.
He's 50?
Wrong. I think he's 50.
All right. Anyway, he's a very sober guy. You know, he's a very
player. He's a tennis player.
Yeah.
And I remember
we talked about tennis. He doesn't like Djokovic. He likes I think it was Federer. But anyway, we still got along.
He's a tennis player, and I believe he hurt his back. And that's how the conversation came up to a group of people in Las Vegas. And they said to him, "How old are you?" And I think he said 50, if I remember.
Well, 50's the new 42.
He's in great shape, smart as a whip.
Do you want to talk a little bit? He's not on. You can't go back and forth really, but Richard's listening. And I know Richard's been working hard on GTII and other things, and I'll just throw out there, I'll reach out to him separately, but I can't get my dividend shares of GTII to trade.
I told you.
And I'm willing to join a class action or be a client as long as I can pay $1.
Well, listen, I think Richard would love to have 50 small.
I'll pay $1 for every 2 minutes.
I don't think you can lock them all together. I think it'd be best if he just creates a cookie cutter and go after Fidelity for you, TD for somebody.
Yeah, I'm E-Trade, Morgan Stanley,
And whatever, just go down the road and say, okay, this guy's got 3,000 shares since the dividend date, and it was cleared. The stock was at 205 to 20 cents. You owe me that plus damages. Maybe people walk away with $30,000. give Richard a cut of it, and there you go, and everybody's happy.
Actually, for me, if Richard wins, he can have all of it. I just want to win. I'm not about the money.
Yes, I agree with that. If Richard wins, you should give me all of it. I agree. Is that what you said?
That's what I said. I mean, I'm not trying.
Wow. Richard will be sitting there. Wait a second, how did I lose it all? But,
and I'm a tough client. I'm
right.
Call every morning and harangue and harangue. Right. No, I don't do that.
Anything else?
I can't think of anything. I'm not asking you any negative questions. We talked GTI.
You can ask me anything you like. If it's negative, I'll be the first guy to tell you. There's nothing else. The only negative I see out of this shit that we follow is that the management of GTI is 120. I think they were around when the Civil War was still going on. So again, you said it properly. They aged out. Richard, we all agree. Listen, go look at your grandparents, people. They're 80 years old. They were sitting on the couches taking naps. That's what I think is going on here. One guy's 87.
I'll go take a nap.
He's waking up in the morning, again, sit there, say, hey, let's get a new business plan, put it online, let's do this, get tweets. They're sound asleep, and it's not, listen, they're too old.
What's their interest in taking a 15-year business plan under their wings?
Right. 15-year business plan, and listen, they're in the back nine, as they say in golf, in the last
back nine, they're in the clubhouse.
In the clubhouse. I mean, I don't wish it on anybody. They should be buying kilo, those people. They'll get they're
getting rubbed down by the
right. They're getting fitted for their final suits. I don't know what to say. But again, that's the negative. The positive is 10, 12 companies that want to merge in here. I can't force it. Rich has been working with them, trying to get them to do something. There's nothing. That's the negative.
One guy's asking, and you're answering it, but I did a long description, and I don't know, Juan, if you were there yesterday, but I do think there's hope in GTII. One, these guys with Trento, who I know very well, and they're driven, then it doesn't just have to be that. It can be other deals. It can be other. There are ways of bringing in cash flow and bringing in upside and making the company go up, which causes a squeeze. That's one. Secondly, Alpine can't win forever. They're just playing games in court if there's a buy-in. But one, I personally believe the GTII trade has round tripped, and that trade's over. We're in a new trade. But yes, there's hope for it. There's hope for it. But I think the C-suite, so to speak, has to leave. They have to retire. Ringing the bell is in the morning, and I don't know. Is there a NASDAQ anymore? Where do they do this?
They do it in the street next to the animated characters, the migrant animated characters.
There's no trading floor, is there? I don't know of one. Do we go in that one that used to be in the New York Stock Exchange? And it's all.
No, I think it's in Times Square. We're going back to the place. We're going back to the place where I was protesting out in front of in 2006. I did a full round trip. I'm back there again. If they see me, they're going to chase me with a broom. They're a disgrace. A whole bunch of them. The New York Stock Exchange. Go back and read the United Airlines story. The New York Stock Exchange said they're going to investigate. That was in 2002. Never a peep. United Airlines went bankrupt, and they still didn't say anything.
Big Orange trusts not legal advice 100%. He's got that going for him. No paying client involving this, but
right.
People trust him.
No, listen, he is the guy I want on my team. He's got the energy. He's smart. He understands He understands the
And by gosh,
weasel-
he's funny. He can tell a knee slapper.
If there's anything that's the negative on this whole thing is that Richard has the worst joke book in creation. That's what he should be selling, the worst jokes in creation. Hey, listen, I give him an A for effort and a D for his content. It's awful.
He learned how to do it in the courtrooms. That's how he put the other side to sleep.
The other side quit. I can't take it anymore.
I'll sign wherever you want to. What do you want? We'll settle. We'll settle.
Everybody's ears were bleeding. He couldn't take it. I hope he's not listening.
He is listening.
Oh, Richard, this isn't him. This is Mr. Bacon. But again, like I said, read up, do your homework, people. If you want to play the big names, I wouldn't advise you trying to trade the small names. The small names are in it to win it names. Finger motion, I don't look at it all day. I'm not concerned what it's doing. I'm here for the long haul. Like I told everyone, I burned our boats. I'm not going anywhere. This is the Battle of Gettysburg. We have the higher ground. For anybody who doesn't understand that, whoever's on the hill, and you got to run up the hill. It's hard to win a battle running up a hill. They'll mow you down. Donald Trump has the hill. We have the high ground. Go study your history. We're going to overrun these characters. It may not be in a minute, but when they announce the congressional hearings start, and it's going to expose Ken Griffin, naked short selling, counterfeiting, watch what happens. You watch these rats run. And that's what's coming down the road. It's not stopping. Okay, I can't tell you what second it's going to come out, but you better make your best before it goes out. I can tell you that, and it's coming. There you go. You just go read what they're saying. I'm telling you all the information. GTII is not on their lips. It doesn't have fundamentals to go to that level. It just doesn't. I can't present a company with no fundamental value. I just can't do it. DJT, they're pissing on that company. He's got 200 million, the most powerful guy in the world, and they're pissing on him. How can I bring that up? So please don't ask me that. It's impossible. We've been begging to get a business in there. Can't do anything about it. Finger Motion has the right stuff. They got.
Well, I will make the commitment. I don't know if I don't want to speak for you, but I'll make the commitment to the Kramers and to the Hurries. I'm not going to quit on GTII. I'm here to make it work. I'm here to put fundamentals in the company, and I'm here to make sure that John Hurry and his blonde wife at Scottsdale get hurt in the pocketbook and go to jail.
Listen, I didn't say we're quitting on it. I never said that. This company has the proof. No one else has the proof.
Right.
Donald Trump's out here. He's looking for the proof. They don't have the proof. GTI has the proof. Very different. But they need to do the other part. I'm not quitting on it. My friends are buried in it. Buried in it. Millions and millions, and you know the people, William. Buried. Okay? They want to make it happen, but they're not going to give businesses to a guy that could be here and, the sands of time and run out. He could be gone. We don't know who's going to be running this company. There's no plan.
Well, that's actually a good point. If he suddenly becomes, what is it, the 24th Amendment? If suddenly he's not competent, who comes in and does anything? That's not a good situation for companies to join. Nobody's going to put their future, unfortunately, on a 81-year-old dementia-ridden, shuffling, barely able to speak man. Oh, wait a minute. The whole country's doing that.
Yeah, William, I think you're wrong about that. You could become the president of the United States doing that.
I remember when the Soviet Union had doddering men as presidents. Now it's we. Is this what? Here's a question: is this a good month for buying junk finger options?
Listen, these guys listen. They manipulate the options. They sell. I can't. Option game is manipulation. They can't do it. They do it in the video. Okay, but sometimes they get overwhelmed because the calls, the call buying just runs them down and the long side runs them over. Finger motion does not have that institutional support. Don't get me wrong, there's people buying it that are very powerful people, but they buy 200,000-300,000 shares. I spoke to my friend, he had 400,000. I didn't even know he had that many. He buys every day. But he goes to lunch, he travels, and he comes back. He's not sitting there watching it. Hey, finger motion's down on 40. Let me buy another 50 to support it. They don't do that. In the video, institutions step in when they feel, that the fundamentals are oversold. They step in and they scoop it up. They're not here yet in the stock. They will be. You can't. These guys are all looking for ideas like this. We've added the juice, which is the naked shorting, which makes it deadly. This makes it deadly. And the only thing we've been missing is someone with power to speak up for us. We took it upon ourselves. We put the truck. We went to DC. We went to the FBI. I went to the secret. You name it. We've done it. But there was no one standing up for us, vouching for all these people. You have them now. And you don't have a regular guy. You have the most powerful guy in the world that is most likely going to be our president. And who wants to have our president? Who wants to be someone that's been torturing him? How does Ken Griffin have the balls to risk his $45 billion fortune going after potentially the next president of the United States? You have to be insane.
I mean, he's wealthy, but he sticks out like a sore thumb on Wall Street. If I had to pick one person to blame it all on and make a scapegoat and try to protect my group, I'd pick Ken Griffin. Because the rest of the guys don't want to go down.
Ken Griffin will drag down Virtue, Jane Street, all the rest of these idiots. They're all going to run. Because once they know one's getting in trouble, they're all going to run, change their business models. It's going to happen fast. And you say, and everybody on this call is going to say, oh my God, just this stuff is not going to change. Well, my friends used to be market timers. And you'll say to yourself, what the fuck is this guy talking about, right?
Yeah.
My friends used to move hundreds of millions of dollars and used to buy into funds at the end of the day. Let's say, I forget the name of the funds, was heavy in IBM. And IBM was moving up and they knew the earnings were coming out after the close. They would know what the holdings of a certain fund and would buy $300, $400, $500 million of this fund. And the next day, IBM came out with positive move. IBM would be up 20. That fund would go up. And all they were looking to do is make 1% a day, flipping the fund. Think about 20 days. That's 20% a month, moving hundreds of millions of dollars. Well, the SEC clamped down on that and shut it down real fast. And the guy whose family was very wealthy was Hart's Mountain Dog Food, a bird seed, whatever the fuck it was. He was involved in it. They were putting money all over the street. Everybody was doing it, market timing. They shut it down in one day. One day, it was all gone. So they do, when they want to slam it, they do it fast. And that was a big, big business. So when the SEC is hands are forth, they shut it down in a second. Big, small, doesn't make a difference. They clamp down. If you want to go look at it, go read about it. Market timing, that's what it was called. Remember, all these guys wanted to do is get a 0.5%, 1% return. And if they can grab a fund that's
long a lot of IBM, and the stock in the market would jump up, they could get a big return just in that one fund. That's what they were doing. And they would buy it for one day. They would buy it on the close, sell it the next morning. And that's what they were doing. So when the SEC wants to, they shut it down quick. Anything else, William?
Well, this is, you might have ideas. This gentleman wants to sell his Nextbridge shares, his MMTLP. Who can he call? I don't, I gave the idea out there that I think an attorney could set up a standardized document.
Yeah, but I think you should. I think that to see someone, maybe reach out to John Berta and they find buyers for it.
Well, it's a great market. The obvious place to go is your brokerage firm, but you're not going to get a big number for it. They'll make you sign a release, and they'll just give you dollars for it. Not very much.
That's what the whole game is about. They're waiting people out, and it sucks that I got it. And I told people every day, make a statement, make a ledger. I could have bought this, could have sold it there. This way, when you do go and your chance to go get a lawyer to sue them, say, hey, 500 days of trading I missed out on. Here's my track record, everything I wanted to buy and sell. And guess what? If I did it with the money I had tied up here, I would have made $600,000. They have no way to prove what you were doing. But when you document it every day and show it to them, they would have to respect it. And that could have been added to your damage model. And I told people to do that a long time ago.
There's 2 or 3 stocks I've been asked not to talk about, but if you were rambling and thinking of other stocks you've mentioned before, maybe you can give your thoughts on them. If not, we'll just move on to other questions.
ZJYL, GDC, my friend's still on it. I'm involved in GDC, not ZJYL, and they are convinced they're going to go to the moon. The lowest that I had someone buy was, I think I bought 30,000 GDC at 82 cents about 2 weeks ago. I thought I was picking the bottom. Yeah, I was picking my ass. It still went lower. So again, I have nothing. I can't keep averaging down. I won't say what averaging down has done on Wall Street. You know what? Fuck it. The joke on Wall Street, for those who never worked on Wall Street, and I'm not being a racist or anything like that, but they always said averaging down killed more Jews than Hitler on Wall Street. That was the saying on the trading desk. All the Jewish people, we all laughed about it. It's a joke, but that's what they always said. So averaging down is deadly, is what I'm trying to tell you. That was the joke on Wall Street. So again, everybody knows it. Be careful when you average down. I don't know when to average down these names because I don't know much about these companies. I do know Finger Motion, and I did average down, but that's all I can do. I don't have any more money. What can I say? I think I paid as low as $1.10 back in the day.
Can we say that trading desks on Wall Street were not safe places, safe spaces?
If you worked on a trading desk on Wall Street,
you could hear anything said.
And you were a sissy, you would have been gone in a minute. You had when you walked in the morning, they gave you nails to chew.
I wouldn't want to say what you just said on the campus at Columbia right now.
It's what listen, it's something that we all said. It was a joke. We all knew about it. I didn't make it up. It's been around for 100 years. It's a tough environment. People are trying to make money. Okay. And when you're on a trading desk, you're responsible for a lot of money. And if you take it lightly, you get wiped out and you get kicked to the street and you can't get another job. That's how the trading is. Most people on this call should only wish they got on a trading desk. They would understand and figure out how to really make money then. But it's an education that doesn't exist anymore. That's the problem.
This gentleman's pointing out that Finger had a short of 1,720,000. It now has a short of 1,590,000. The real short. Do you want to talk about that?
I did. It gets updated tonight. Okay. I said it. It was 1.59. We got to see where it's going. I think it's going lower. And they're 100% tied to the naked short. So if that short is going lower, I anticipate that, And I anticipate that to go lower, and I believe that I do believe that the that number's going lower. And the only thing they're covering is they're moving shares back and forth. That's all they're doing. Meaning the real short is buying, and the naked short is selling to the real short. And those are some of those wash trades that we see all the time.
This guy's asking the question again, and I've just got to tell you, there are no brokerage firms that, or anybody that's going to buy shares of NextBridge Hydrocarbons. Your own brokerage firm is the most logical place to go to. I think they're going to stonewall and take a long time. I think Richard Hoffman at Not Legal Advice, there's a business model there for him if he came up with a standardized sale contract. But the problem is he can't cover all the risks because in the United States, there's state securities laws, and it's just very difficult to come up with a contract that if you entered into a contract, Devilio, with me and I bought your shares and the stock went to $1,000, how would I collect? It's very difficult. It's not really practicable, in my judgment, to expect that a gray market for NextBridge exists. However, there may be people out there that want to buy your shares, that believe in the stock, and you've got to do it, I think, either through an attorney so they know it's clean. It's got to be recorded. You've got to sign releases, or go to your brokerage firm. But you're not going to get, in my opinion, if you go to your brokerage firm right now, I don't think you're going to get more than $2 or $3 or $5, $1 a share. They're just going to close it out as a write-off, and they're going to expect that you write it off. Anyway, that's my opinion. I don't think it's a fruitful avenue. I don't know if Ham has anything to say.
No, I can't comment on that whole thing. I mean, if I did comment, that'd probably be wrong. Again,
that's good. I probably shouldn't have commented because I don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm not an expert in that whole thing. I'm an expert in naked short selling. That I can answer. All right. And I'm an expert in seeing when they're trapped. I'm not an expert in tell you when they're going to go. I was reporting on GameStop. I didn't know what second it was going to go. It didn't go for a couple of months, and then it took off. That's how it goes. I think the game is so big now that, you know, people think, oh, they're short soliciting to what we're doing. That's nonsense. There's many. I spoke to a broker yesterday, stocks I never even heard of. None of them are moving. They're holding down everything. Like, what are they trying to do? Just destroy everybody in the equity market? I don't understand the business model of what they're trying to do. Because they're just wiping out, like, for example, you know, if I come to the market and I want to bet $50,000 and that's my trading money, and I got 3 names and they all go down and I lose, you know, 15,000, I got 35 to try to make 3 new bets. I'm not buying NVIDIA with $30,000. How many shares am I going to get? So I'm looking for something in the middle, something at $8. All of a sudden, $8, $9 stock like Kilo goes down 3 points over nothing. And I paid $9 for my kids owning that stock. I did nothing the other day. I'm not even looking at it, and they whacked it down. They're desperate to get people to sell, and it's just that they're hurting people in every different directions.
So one long time, Gretchen is asking, what has Luke Rabhari done since he joined GTII? I will take the risk of saying, and it's my opinion, that a guy with his background and his expertise, why would he join? I think personally there's a risk he's there as a ear for the shorts, but I could be wrong.
I've spoken to him. That I think the CEO is probably paying him. Find out what he's getting paid, and that'll be your answer. That's your answer.
Oh, that could be too. That could be too.
If he's getting, you know, $100,000, $150,000, $200,000 salary, you know, that the CEO is paying him with, I'm sure he's not doing it to get stock. I'm sure he's doing it to get paid. he was a guy that's looking to do things. I like talking to the guy. I spoke with him before.
I've never spoken to him, so I don't know.
He's a nice guy, and he was looking for bigger opportunities. He loved my ideas about the trading exchanges. He liked that stuff. And I said, listen, with a guy with his background, I would love to have him on my team.
And he might be on our side. I mean, I don't know.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I think that the key, your answer to all your questions is going to be one thing. What's he getting paid? If he's doing it for free, then he's got a different motive. That I agree with.
Got you.
I don't think he's doing it for free. He's looking for opportunities to make money.
Got you. And there is an opportunity. Kristen Shaughnessy put out that the Russian court has ordered the seizure of $439 million from J.P. Morgan Chase. So the battle begins.
Again, it's just too crazy, all this stuff. You know, these guys, you know, I can't listen. These bankers, what are they doing? They're just looting anywhere. I mean, it's just been crazy. Listen, their stocks, they can't go up every day forever and everyone else get wiped out. It's impossible. They have lawsuits. They have liability. It's just insane. And their stocks never go. I mean, just look at Jefferies. It's a shit firm. All right. What are they doing? It's stock never gets $44, just continues to go up. 47 is the high. Goldman Sachs, where is it? 421. At the high is 424. I mean, they just don't go down. I mean, buildings are getting cut in half, the values of the buildings. There's no trading in the equity market. They give the order flow to Citadel, so they're making back pennies. Where are they making money from? It's just got to be robbing people, setting up deals that they just rob people in. They don't support anything. It used to be before that the brokerage firms bring you public, they support you. And DJT just almost hit 35. It's 34.79 now, up $2. Yesterday, they were pushing it down. It looked like death. How quickly it turns, right?
Yeah.
The shorts are trying to get out of it. And you're going to see the same movement in finger motion soon also. MMTLP doesn't trade, so I can't comment on that. There's nothing to say.
A lot of comments on GTII and one thing I'll point out, the company fought a hard fight. We have fought a hard fight. I think we've learned.
It's years. Think about it. It's, you know, those guys were, when we started, the GTI CEO was 30. Now he's 80. I mean, that's how long this battle's been going on. Again, the guy fought. He did the right thing. What he's doing now is just like you said. He's aged himself out. They're done.
And the thing we have to accept is that after a year and a half, 2 years, 2.5 years, 3 years, depending on your entry point, nobody's coming to our rescue. So we have to adjust how we trade, how we think, what we're going to do. I'm not quitting. It's just you can't do the same thing over and over and over again. You got to change your tactics. And anyway, GTII, the story has changed over the last 2 years. And I talked about it yesterday. I don't want to talk about it again, but we're not giving up. I'm not going to give up. We'll see what we can do. It's also a lesson that sometimes when you believe a stock's going to go to the moon and you believe your own story, when you're given a stock that moves from 90 cents to $9, that's not a bad move. Maybe we have to learn to take money off the table a bit and then spread some of our trades. But anyway, it's all yesterday. The market is a beautiful thing. Each day, if you can be honest with yourself and do your study, there's a new trade in front of you. You just can't, we can't spend.
Well, listen, William, that is true. But when you play with limited funds and you made a bet, it's hard to.
I know, and I'm experiencing that. I'm experiencing that.
I am experiencing the same thing. And I want finger to work so that I can actually.
Well, I was going to move to that. There's a question about finger, and I think finger is the one that's going to move two ways. One, I think there's going to be a steady, inexorable move to $7, $8, $9 in finger, or something like that, and then it could squeeze. But anyway, this gentleman's asking you. He owns 100 of the May 17 calls for finger at the eights. Is that what would you do?
Do you own any? They're like 10 cents, am I correct?
Yeah. I don't know what they are. He says there's
the $8 calls.
He owns the May 17 eights. Yeah, 100 of them.
They got to be nothing.
Yeah, he's got nothing in it. But if the stock were to go to the moon.
But that's what, believe it or not, that's where I would live in those type of options.
Yeah.
Because I'm risking very little and I have unlimited upside if it works. Those are the type of things you do in DJT. I would have 20 of these, as we would call them, shitty positions where you don't have to look. And the first thing I would do is if I paid a nickel and I bought 100 of them, it's $500. You could turn around and just put it out, good till canceled, sell 250 of them at a dime. If the stock pops $2 at one point, those options would be trading at a dime. You sell 250 and you don't care what happens. You got them for free. Or 50 calls, And that's the way to do it. You buy shitty calls. Just remember, when you buy them, other people come to buy the same shitty calls behind you.
Right. So he's also asking, if it does go up to some phenomenal price, the bid and the ask spread in the stock's going to be wide. It's going to be, and he's saying how is that fair? My opinion is just accept whatever the profit is on your calls and call it a win, get out of it, go do another trade. I wouldn't get caught up in that the spread between the bid and the ask, you can drive a Mack truck through. But by the way, you don't know that that's going to be the case.
Listen, if the stock would have run $2, maybe I sell 500 shares, get some money, and I go out and buy 200-300 of those calls at the 8 cent, a nickel or a dime, and close my eyes, because selling 500 shares and I could buy 200 calls, that means I'm long 20,000 shares at $8 versus 500 shares. So let's say the stock goes to 10 and I sell 500 shares at 5. The most I can make on that 500 shares if it goes to 10 is what, $2,500, right?
Right.
If I have 100 of the 8 and it goes to 10, I got 2 points times 100. That's 20,000. See the difference?
Right. Yep. So anyway, I think one thing when this trading is not, there's never a perfect score. It's just the key is to take your money off anyway. We're learning. This gentleman bought DJT for $70.
Don't laugh about that. The stock could be 70 this afternoon. You never know. It was just 90, almost $86.
Well, I tell you, with that kind of huge potential short position and the visibility, I don't know, you worked with short sellers. Would you want this short position on your book if there's a congressional investigation?
This shit's going to hit the fan. They're going to start covering. Listen, if I was on a trading desk and there was something like that going on, the boss would come over and grab me by my hair and tell me to cover.
Yeah.
It's the crooked firms that are unregulated, that no one's watching. That's the only people that would stay short. Other than that, these big players like Ken Griffin or Virtue, they would get out of the way. They want nothing to do with it. Because if they know and they get caught lying under oath, if they get called in and they do have short positions, once they get called into the hearing, they're dead.
He's asking in his letter, he's asking for, I got to find it here, the broker's market participation identifiers. He's asking for what names they trade under. Who's going to want that kind of examination? I don't.
They're going to get exposed. That's what's going to happen. That's what I keep trying to tell you.
They're going to cover those trades in DWAC. I mean, DJT. They're going to get out of that trade.
I told you, finger motion is tied to these guys. My knowledge is dragged the finger motion to the front line. That's all I can tell you. You know, DJT's going. We're going to be right with them. MMTLP has their little thing going on. They got their congressman. But no matter what you say, no one on this call is going to make money from it because it's not trading anymore. I hope it gets back people that are trapped, get their money back for them, and then some. That's the most that can come out of MMTLP right now.
Well, you're talking as a trader. If the oil company becomes valuable, which I think it is, and you own NextBridge, that's another way to get value. But what you're talking about is how are people going to make money?
Listen, the name of the game is trying to make money from what's going on, right?
Right.
Yeah. So you're getting the biggest trade in your life. I'm not saying to tell you it's finger motion. That's my opinion. To my opinion, finger motion has got the biggest upside. I'm not buying $35 stocks. I don't have the money. All right. I do believe in DJT, but I could put the money into a $3 stock that could have potentially the same bang. So I could buy much more of a $3 stock than a $38 stock, whatever the hell it is.
Yeah. I can't think of anything else. We've been on for an hour exactement. So trying to think.
Open your brain, William. Shake the cobwebs out. Don't become the GTI CEO. Don't age out on us.
I have some I have some space without cobwebs left.
Come up. I'll see you Monday. I'll hit you with the pickleball in the head. I'll shake you up a little bit.
If you bring your pickleball racket, I'm bringing KYP. She's going to stand next to me and protect me with her racket.
She better keep hiding. She's hiding from me. She knows I'm gunning for her.
She's not as scared of you.
I told her in my heyday, I would have used some of my corny lines on it. She would have fell for like a tree. She would have fell for those stupid lines. I told her all the guys use the stupidest lines in New York. She would have fell for them. She would have melted in our arms. She would have been, oh my God, these are the nicest people ever.
I don't think she falls for cornball lines.
Yeah, she'll fall for them. That's it. My wife fell for it. Anybody's gonna fall for it. She knows now. She made a mistake. Oh my God, this idiot.
Marry in haste, regret at leisure.
I want to give everyone a quick story. I'm highly allergic to poison ivy, and I can't go near it. My wife goes out to plant flowers or something, and she was rolling around where I think it is. I won't go near it. And she goes, oh, I never get it. 2 days later, her arms are loaded with these big pus balls of disgusting.
Can we go back to bad off-color jokes?
That's not poison ivy. You're not allergic to it. I said, that can't be poison ivy. You told me you're not allergic to it. It was disgusting. I picked up my residence and moved into my daughter's room and kicked her out. I ain't staying down there. Get out of here.
I can't stand poison ivy. I don't go in the woods anymore. I can't stand it. And poison oak, both of them.
You know what the problem with poison ivy for me, and I'm sure it happens to most guys out there, don't have the balls to admit it. Every time I get it, I go to the doctor to get the steroids to get rid of it. But for some strange reason, it winds up in my
you scratch your bits.
I scratch my ass and I get it there. And the doctor goes, let me see it. I said, you sure you want to see it?
The key with poison ivy, but it's so hard, is just not to scratch it. That's the key, but it's impossible.
Yeah, well,
I'm highly allergic to poison ivy, and I would just rather not deal with it.
That just let you know that we're regular people. We get the same shit happening to us as everyone else. Only Jeff Easton, that fat fuck, living on Madison Avenue, stealing our money. That motherfucker. He thinks he's getting away with it. Listen, these guys are all going to jail. The Kramers, Alpine, they think they're getting away with this stuff. Their time is coming to an end. Trust me. They can say all the bullshit they want. Eventually, the lawsuits will come, and Richard Hoffman and everybody else will see it, and we'll catch these rats.
Here's an interesting question for you, because I tried to answer it yesterday, and over the last couple of times I've talked about it. Talking about trading and frankly, human emotion, gains and losses. This gentleman owns 75,000 shares of GTII. He almost sold it all this morning, but he canceled the order because he thinks something has to happen, that it's positive. I'll give it a few more months before I take the loss.
I agree with him. And Richard Hoffman is spearheading the movement to get new management in there. If the new management, it'll be a completely different story. At that point, 16 cents, 30 cents, $1, it's going way high.
That's what I think. Hey, and the problem is, Dan, nobody can tell you right now, hey, it's happening. This is how because it's not right now. But to me, as I tried to explain yesterday, and I tried to coax over the last many months, the time to be doing some selling and trading was before. To me, at 15 cents, 17 cents, whatever it is, it's probably more likely a buy. But you have to acknowledge it could go lower. It could go lower. Maybe you scale into it. But to me, GTI's reached a price that it's a new trade, which to me means get into it. It could go lower. It might get cheaper to get into. But the risk right now, what's the risk? 17 cents? They haven't, the shorts, the criminals haven't figured out how to take a stock below zero. So that's your risk. And all of the positive potential of a short squeeze, other than the fact, Dan, that the insiders awarded themselves a lot of stock, but I'll guarantee you in the negotiation, a lot of that's going to be given back.
That's all going to disappear.
Yeah.
Listen,
So I think
the thing is that just check the obituaries. That's your biggest. That's our biggest advantage. We're all watching the obituaries. There's your buy signal. What can I tell you?
Yeah, that's it. There was a stock that I traded. Everyone gave up on. I said, hell, I'll buy it. And I made a lot of money in it. That's a while ago in my lifetime. But anyway, I am not. Anyway, this guy EO keeps. EO, stop talking about GTII. Everybody's asking about GTI. And I am not giving up on it. It's just,
Listen, you know what it is? The guy needs to build fundamentals. He's doing nothing. Richard and Not Legal Advice does a video on it every fucking day. He's going after the management to resign. Either do a deal or resign. They hired a deal maker. Well, where's the fucking deals? That's all you're going to say. We're waiting for the deals. No fundamentals. This stock cannot be talked about because there's no fundamentals. We can't talk about it. People that are talking about it, is President Trump. This is the people that are around this name, and they're not going to sit here and say, wait a second, we can't talk about this company. It doesn't have the fundamentals. So it's a very different game, different crowd. So that's what you're dealing with right now. And I'm not going to stake everything that I'm doing on a company that refuses to do a deal. And I can't do it. So I'm hanging my hat for 24 years on a company that's actually doing stuff. And you know what? That's where I'm living. So that's where I am. Anyway, listen, I have to grab my son back to college, and I've got to grab him, and I apologize.
You're the best. Thank
William, you can knock yourself out. Again, don't wear yourself out. It's a long day.
I'm
All
not
right,
going
have
to
a
wear
great day,
myself
everybody.
out. All right. Cheers. Bye. Okay, EO, thanks for joining. Thanks for joining the conversation. I can't help how I sound. You're more perceptive than I am, but EO, the fact is, the criminals at Alpine, the Hurries, and the Kramers have won after 2 and 3 years of our best efforts in GTII. They have won in the short term, but they haven't covered. They haven't covered those shares. Now, some people say, "Oh, yeah, you can't. You don't know that." Well, that's true, I guess. In a way, we can't totally verify it, but I haven't seen any evidence that they've covered. GTII is a shell company, and there's a bunch of young energy and highly successful professionals ready to bring business into that company, and I'm working with them. I'm ready to go. But EO, thank you for your constructive help, because it is really constructive. Since about August, I don't know, sometime like that. It's all in the record. I'm there talking. The issue is that, and I've said it as plainly as I can from them, there's palace intrigue, and you've got major shareholders driving, pushing for change, and you've got control issues at the top. And that's just a fact. So I sound defeated. Well, I don't know. I'm not defeated. I know that I'm much more of a person who follows tennis than I follow football. I don't know analogies in football, but I do know in a match. I read Jimmy Connor's autobiography. I thought it was terrific. I love Jimmy Connors, but he used to play with a broken wrist and other things. But it was his book that I learned the lesson. At least that's how I recall it. If he lost, if it's a 5-set match, and the first set was brutal, and they left it all out on the court, and he lost, he might lose the second set just to gain his wind, gain his test out some of his strategies, get his wits back together, and then come back and win the last 3 sets. So EO, I really appreciate your comments. They are just so insightful, and they show your high degree of both normal intelligence and emotional intelligence. I like your comments that I shouldn't be talking about GTII the way I was, or at all, and I love all that. But other people are in GTII and they want to hear about it. I talked about it yesterday, and I can't tell you, EO, how much I appreciate your constructive, positive comments. It shows that you're part of the team. It shows that you're here to help people make money. You're here to share your experiences and help people learn. And I just can't tell you how proud I am to have you as part of the audience. Hey, Barbara. All right, let's see what Barbara bought. 6 DJTs. Shares. You bought shares. I was reading it. I wanted to see what calls you bought. So you bought 6 at 31. Let's see where it's trading. I'd love to buy calls. I don't have the money, though. I do not have the money. But let's see where it's trading. Finger is at $3.14. I punched the wrong button. My it happens all the time. My depth perception is really bad. 35.19. That's exciting, Barbara. I hope that's a fun trade. I want to check. T-Low's up 67 cents. And I want to check one other stock. And I'll only mention it if it's up. It's not up. But anyway, Logic is trading at 0.033. I think there's a trade there. I'm talking about doubling your money or tripling your money. In it, sell it when it gets out. The other one that's interesting to me, which I thought I had printed out, but I'm looking here and the printout doesn't seem to be here. But I can find it on my computer. It's intriguing. RCRT is intriguing to me at $1.60. Anyway, let me finish reading this, and then we'll get off. I'll take EO's admonition to stop talking about GTII as if that's the right thing to do. Anyway, I read this letter to you this morning, and I'll hit the highlights. On April 23, Devin Nunes sent a letter to the Honorable Chairman Jim Jordan, the Honorable Chairman Patrick McHenry, the Honorable Chairman Jason Smith, and the Honorable Chairman James Comer. They're all chairmen of the various committees. And he addressed them, and he addressed the potential manipulation of Trump media and technology group stock. He spoke of indications of unlawful trading activity and possibility of the lending of non-existent shares. He highlighted Citadel, Virtue, GI Execution Services, and Jane Street Capital, responsible for 60% of the extraordinary volume. And then he respectfully requested an examination, including looking into possible RICO or tax evasion missteps. And then he was really specific in his demands for information, which I think will scare away prime brokers. And he signed it. He signed it. All right. And then he attached to it, which I did not read, and I'm going to read right now, a letter that the Trump media and technology group out of Sarasota, Florida, sent to Adina Friedman, chair and chief executive officer. I don't know why I'm having a hard time. I hope it's not a sign of something. The chair and chief executive officer of NASDAQ, Adina T. Friedman, and we're familiar with her name here. Dear Ms. Friedman, I write to bring your attention to potential market manipulation of the stock of Trump Media and Technology Group Corp, TMTG, which operates the Truth Social platform and has traded on the NASDAQ stock market under the ticker DJT since March 26th of 2024. As you know, I think he's assuming a lot in her case. As you know, quote, naked, unquote, short selling, dash, selling shares of a stock without first borrowing the shares of the stock deemed difficult to locate dash is generally illegal pursuant to Securities and Exchange Regulation show. And you know all about Reg Show. As of April 17, 2024, DJT appears on NASDAQ's, quote, Reg Show threshold list, unquote, which is indicative of unlawful trading activity. This is particularly troubling given that, quote, naked, unquote, short selling often entails sophisticated market participants profiting at the expense of retail investors. Let's see if FAM has something. Hello? Yeah, I am. Do you want to? Hang on. You're on.
Everybody, I'm in a public place. I really can't talk too loud. But just think about it. In finger motion, every day it's in the same spot. So every day, every shareholder wakes up and everybody who owns it, they sell it at 315 and we buy it the next day and just keep doing it in the same spot. That is your clear sign of manipulation. How is the stock staying in the same spot? It's being controlled by the short sellers. Any buying pressure comes in, they come right back on. If the selling has to end at some point, it just never ends. And then that selling it down is a clear sign it's ready to go, because otherwise they'd be pushing it down like they used to do. Now they're just trying to maintain it and hopefully that people would come out of it. And that's not happening. So to me, it's getting close to popping. And just like DJT is going to pop, this thing's going to go pop because they're not pushing it down anymore. They're just maintaining it in a range. As soon as it breaks out of the range, it's off to the races. All right. I just wanted to give you that 2 cents. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right.
Call ended.
Okay, I'm going to continue this letter, as they say in the South, and other places in the North. I'm going to continue on. The fact is, if you're continuing, you don't need to add the word on, but we all do it. Okay, so I'm going to continue. Reports indicate that as of April 3rd, 2024, DJT was, quote, by far, unquote, quote, the most expensive U.S. stock to short, unquote, meaning that brokers have a significant financial incentive to lend non-existent shares. What's another word for lending non-existent shares? Counterfeiting? Did someone say counterfeiting? That's like paying with non-existent dollars? Is that counterfeiting? Data made available to us indicate that just 4 market participants have been responsible for over 60% of the extraordinary volume of DJT shares traded. Citadel Securities, Virtue America, GI Execution Services, and Jane Street Capital. In light of the foregoing and NASDAQ's obligation, which she doesn't see, she's just sitting in her chair because she got promoted beyond her abilities. She's not concerned. She's important. In light of the foregoing and NASDAQ's obligation and commitment to protect interests of retail investors, please advise what steps you, Adina Friedman, can take to foster transparency. Oh my gosh, could you imagine? And compliance by ensuring market makers, who are a joke, are adhering to Reg Show, which is a joke, requiring brokers to disclose their, quote, net short positions, and preventing the lenders of shares, preventing the lending, that's my eyesight, I've got to get it fixed. And preventing the lending of shares that do not exist. TMTG looks forward to assisting your efforts. She makes no effort. She has no curiosity in this area. She is the chair and CEO of the premier, what used to be the premier over-the-counter market. And she couldn't care less. She could not care less. There's no evidence in her background, in her so-called efforts, that she cares about you or CEOs. Not one bit. She comes from the Carlyle Group. Who do you think she cares about? And where does she want to end up? She's making over $2 million a month. Where do you think she wants to end up after she retires from NASDAQ? Does she want to sit in a coffee shop with you, or here at a restaurant with me? No. She wants to hobnob with the Carlyle Group and all the rest of the criminal rich. Adina Friedman, pardon my opinion, is a complete fraud. Okay, this is signed by David Nunes. Sorry, I'm not pronouncing his name correctly. And he highlights, quoting the NASDAQ's own description of Rick Show, he quotes an article by CNBC, or it might be a video, it doesn't say, on Trump media being the most expensive stock to short. And he also quotes NASDAQ Trader, or highlights it on his third footnote. And that was, I don't see it. I don't see what the number 3 is. Let me try again. Oh, that NASDAQ has to protect the interests of retail investors. That's his quote number 3. All right, so that was included as an attachment to his April 23rd letter to these chairmen. Also included was a copy of the letter dated December 22nd, 2023, which I'm not sure I'm supposed to use her name, but there's a woman who was extraordinarily active in getting this letter written out of I want to say it's not Minnesota. Anyway, one of the states up north and west. I spoke with her. She was working on it. Also, Anna Queen of Trades worked on it. I'm sure others have helped, like Busy Brands and Don Fizz, probably, and others behind. I just don't know all the players. There's one guy that took credit for it, and maybe he deserves credit. I don't know. This letter says, "Dear Chairman Gensler and Mr. Cook, we write," and my printer has a bunch of blank spaces. I'll show you. For example, it gives me a bunch of those, and then it gives me a blank. And on the bottom of the blank, it says page 9 of 16, and it's blank. This says page 8 of 16. All right, Ham's back.
Call from Andy.
Do you want to go live?
Thing to say.
All right, you're live.
All right, everybody. I have the perfect solution. Anyone who thinks that we're not going to win, okay, that naked short selling is going to win out, all right, go buy puts on DJT. There's your hedge. If you don't think it's going to work, you got $35 to the downside. That's how I look at it. If you think it's going to work, you find your stocks that you think are going to make it end. If you don't think it's going to work and we're going to lose and we're just a bunch of losers.
And if you really want to double down on that bet, sell naked calls and use those proceeds to buy the puts, and then you'll, if you're wrong, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. You're going to be in a whole lot of trouble.
Sure,
But if you're right, you have a nice trade.
right. Anyway, I just wanted to give you that thought because I know people thinking that we're never going to win. You know, if you think we're not going to win, well, there's your chance. You got a direct pipeline into what's not going to be the opposite side. If you don't think Donald Trump is going to win, if you don't think he's going to win, then you buy puts and you're in the right spot. Knock yourself out. What do you think of that, William? Am I crazy or am I think I'm in the right spot?
I think those are not mutually opposite points of view, but I think you're in the right spot. You also could be crazy.
I could see all the scumbags saying, nah, it's not going to do anything. Well, go buy the puts in Donald Trump stock. Knock yourself out. Let the longs who are buying it drive it up. You short it, and you can make yourself 30 points on the downside. If you don't think he's got the fundamentals, there you go. But if you think that people are going to stay here and stay short a name that's going to be the most scrutinized name soon all over the newspapers and going to be viewed and the SEC is going to be forced to disclose what's going on here. Good luck. Because I see the SEC under Jim Jordan going after them and getting the proof because they're going to demand it. They're going to want to see it. This is not MMTLP yelling, we want proof, we got the proof, we got the letters. The most powerful man in the world, they made the wrong bet. And I don't know about anybody else on here, but somebody else is looking down on us and saying, okay, we got to give these people a win. And I think that we have it now. That's how I feel because I've been doing this 24 years. And the closest thing that I've come to the winning of everything was Patrick Byrne.
How many years have you been married?
To what?
To your wife. How many years have you been married to your wife?
30 years.
So
30 years.
24 out of 30 years, she's had to listen to this.
My kids can't stand it. Everybody knows naked short selling. These people ruined my life. Not ruined it. You know what? They annoyed me for 24 years, whatever it is. I'd be on vacation with my family on a cell phone or a pay phone talking about this nonsense for such a long time. It's insane. And we never had the opportunity that it's in front of us right now with the most powerful man in the world. It's not my company. He's talking on a subject that is going to expose.
I just read the 2 letters that Nunez, whatever, wrote. It's incredible. You could have written it. The information, the data, the points he's highlighting is what you fought for. And to me, the past is prologue. Let the games begin. We're about to. You're going to see fur fly. So.
Well, just remember this, everyone. Donald Trump needs to do it now. And you say, why? What's the rush? He'll become president. Because as a president, he can't change rules to help his own company, right? So he has to do it now when he's not the president. And he has to go through the proper channels. And they did. They sent the letters and they're going through the proper channels now to help get this exposed. There you go. That's all you can say. It's right there. And I believe it's showtime now. And you're going to start seeing it shortly.
Do you know what the cost to borrow is for Fingerstar? I have no idea. Is it high? Let me see if it's on the hard to borrow list. I can tell that from my phone.
There was no shares to borrow. Just listen, these guys, they mark tickets. It's
on the hard to borrow list. I see it right here. So
yeah, so that it's close, ready to go. I mean, they can only do so much. Like I said, they're gonna let it pop. It's gonna pop. It's gonna get a new range, like you said, whether it's 7 to 10, 10 to 15.
and that's where it goes from. So, but again, it's getting ready to launch from this spot. And so
There, Mark put it up. It's 16%. There's only 7,000 available. So that's interesting.
yeah, there's always something. There's always something available. It's just amazing. It's like they just keep popping up with new shares. Hey, just look at DJT. Don't lend your shares out. They told you exactly what to do. What public company has to go out there and orchestrate their shareholders to educate them to stop letting the thieves kill your company, right? They did it. They went out of their way to do that for all of us. Think about that. That's what they did. They put it in writing for everybody to see. So
Yeah.
anyway, I just wanted to give you that thought. If you want to buy puts, go short. Go knock yourself out.
It's all about making money. So,
Thank you. I gotta
all
go.
right. Thank you. Bye. All right. So
Ended.
let me just read this. I know you saw this letter back in December and I read it here, but we might as well read it again since it was attached.
Program. Andy.
Oh, Lordy. Yes. Yes.
Call ended.
I don't think he meant to call me. I don't think he meant to call me. This is the letter that Nunez, the CEO of TMTG, sent to Jim Jordan, Jason Smith, Patrick McHenry, and James Comer. And so let's just quickly, I'll try to read it quickly. This letter, which was copied to these guys, printed out, was to Gary Gensler and Robert Cook. Dear Chairman Gensler and Mr. Cook, we write to request the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority and the Securities and Exchange Commission review events surrounding metamaterials services, preferred shares, MMTLP. Again, I have to apologize for my eyesight. That's Metamaterials Series A. As you know, MMTLP was created during a merger between Metamaterials and Torchlight Energy Resources to provide preferred stock dividends to Torch shareholders. MMTLP shares began trading on the over-the-counter market in 2021. In the summer of 2022, the SEC received and subsequently approved a Form S-1 and amendments to spin off a portion of the company, Metamaterials, into a new company, NextBridge Hydrocarbons. On December 9, 2022, FINRA issued a U3 halt on trading in the company's stock, preventing shareholders from making further trades. Since the halt, constituent investors have contacted members of Congress regarding the spin-off transaction and the subsequent halt on trading. Specifically, we have received more than 40,000 letters from concerned investors. 40,000 letters from concerned investors. Many of our constituents have concerns regarding the circumstances surrounding the U3 halt and level of short selling in MMTLP. As you know, the securities industry is regulated by a disclosure-based regime, and transparency is paramount to FINRA's and SEC's goals of protecting investors and ensuring market integrity. We believe, the undersigned, we believe it is appropriate that FINRA and the SEC review these market events and determine what, if any, wrongdoing may have occurred in order to dispel misinformation and properly safeguard investors. And then they quote some footnotes, which I'm going to skip for brevity. Please provide a response to the following questions no later than January 31, 2024. As far as I know, they didn't answer these, but they responded. If I'm wrong, please correct me. 1, provide a timeline of trading of MMTLP on the over-the-counter markets and actions taken by the SEC, SROs, the issuers, the transfer agent, and other relevant parties during the time MMTLP was traded, and the transaction that produced NextBridge hydrocarbon shares. 2, the former CEO of Torchlight stated that MMTLP was never designed to trade. Please provide a detailed explanation, including statutory authority and procedures, which allowed for MMTLP shares to trade. 3, provide the relevant statutory authority and the adherence to established industry standards regarding to the U3 trading halt issued on December 9th. 4, provide the exact date and circumstances surrounding FINRA's determination to implement the U3 halt. All unredacted communications between FINRA, SEC, agencies, outside organizations, etc. 5, provide the first date and time that FINRA or its agents advised any market participant in any manner that MMTLP would no longer trade. Did somebody get information ahead of others? 6, did FINRA issue a blue sheet request? 7, how many questions, complaints, or inquiries have you received? 8, provide the legal justification to ignore public requests. 9, provide the delivery of a certified, audited, and consolidated count of all shares held by all U.S. and foreign financial institutions. 10, have MMTLP shareholders receive their NextBridge hydrocarbon shares? This is where we could help. 11, in your view, did MMTLP investors knowingly enter into a risk-taking transaction with full understanding of all material information? "12, in your view, are there better ways to provide transparency and clarity and risk disclosures?" 13, do you have evidence to suggest the existence of fraud and manipulation related to MMTLP and illegal forms of naked shorts and counterfeit shares which distort the market? 14, have you seen indications of insider trading, pump and dump? 15, are your organizations willing to work with NextBridge? 16, identify any regulatory or legislative gaps which could be addressed. We look forward to your response. Ralph Norman, Pete Sessions. All right, I tried to giddy up on that. And then there's a lot of signatures. I'll give you some of them. A lot of signatures. Anyway, that's just part of the signatures. So anyway, that is what's going before both, just to repeat, these 4 chairmen and NASDAQ. Jim Jordan, Jason Smith, Patrick McHenry, James Comer, and Adina Friedman. That's pretty powerful. All right, let me go to questions. That's not working. Any thoughts about CAUD? Yeah, Paul, I want to do a video on it. Just a blanket statement. Apparently, the guys at Aubrey Advisors are great guys, and they're honorable, and you can take their word to the bank. But it's clear to me, Paul, that Aubrey Advisors and I can't think of the other group, Cash On or something. These advisors were unable to raise from their hedge fund investor, Polar Group, which is I think an $8 billion fund. They were unable to raise, even though Aubrey Advisors has handled over 100 SPACs and de-SPACs. They were only able to raise on their best judgment or their best abilities $5 million roughly from the Polar hedge fund and another hedge fund, an $8 billion hedge fund. They only were able to raise $5 million on the recommendation or the abilities of Aubrey Advisors to pay $2.5 million to the lawyers and $2.5 million to the financial advisors. So Aubrey Advisors, who have done over 100 sponsorships of SPACs and over 100 de-SPACs, it was their best efforts and their best recommendation to leave CAUD with no money. That was after a year of preparation, after delayed responses, after several months late in responses on their side, not from Logic's side, which cost the company their cash that they had to the tune of a burn rate of $300,000-400,000 a month. It was the best recommendation or the best ability of Aubrey Advisors to leave CAUD with no money. That's my number one thought. Number two, the de-SPAC was an absolute disaster, even though Aubrey Advisors, good guys, professionals, great capabilities, they've gone soup to nuts on over 100 SPAC and de-SPAC sponsorships, and they had over a year to prepare for it. Nobody thought to contact NASDAQ and say, you know, when we start trading, there's going to be about a 36-hour gap between the time that we de-SPAC and the time that there's going to be enough shares or shareholders to meet the qualifications of NASDAQ. So when the CAUD traded to $38 a share from $12, $11, $10, where it had been on the basis of third-party analysis and trading for over a year, somebody, and I'm sure it wasn't Aubrey Advisors, it wasn't Shadron Advisors, I'm sure it wasn't Polar, who and its compatriot hedge fund, who took the whole position of the backward-looking VWAP priced financing. I'm sure they're all good people. They're all honorable men. So are they all. Brutus was an honorable man, and so are they all honorable men and women. But somebody, because the volumes, Paul, when there was no stock available to trade, none, nothing, but somebody started selling in huge volumes. But somebody on that side of the trade, or somebody, can't prove, somebody alerted NASDAQ, hey, on a Wednesday, and by Thursday/Friday, they were in compliance. But on Wednesday, hey, they're not in compliance. So NASDAQ put a trading halt. But the good men and women at Aubrey Advisors, this caught them flat-footed. They had never obviously seen this before, or in their best judgment and their best capabilities, they didn't think it necessary. After a year and maybe 3 more months, they didn't think it was required, nor did the attorneys. Contact NASDAQ, get a special exemption, or alert them on the one desk that the other desk at NASDAQ should know. There are enough shareholders. It's just a slight blip because we have to de-SPAC. We have to do whatever you call it, the reverse merger I'm not sure that's the right word, but the company we're using as the vehicle has the shares. We have the shareholders. But the really talented, honorable, good as their word, men and women at Aubrey SPAC didn't think, or were not capable of, or were advised not to, or figured somebody else should, let NASDAQ know that there's just a temporary 1 day, day and a half. There's no need to overreact. We'll be in compliance. But anyway, Paul, once the trading started, the stock was at 12, 11, 9, 8. And I'll leave it to you to judge the abilities of a group who have clients behind them with $8 billion. I think that it might be more than that they manage. So anyway, the de-SPAC of CAUD, I think a kindergarten class could have done a better job than whoever was responsible for the de-SPAC of CAUD. I'm not laying the blame at Aubrey Advisors because they're good people. They're on the board of CAUD and their word is as good as their bond. And they've done 100 of these. I'm not putting it at Chandron Advisors because they're good guys on Wall Street, nor to the legal firm, nor to Polar. Polar has plenty of money, but maybe Polar got stretched. But in this brain trust, they either did not have the ability to raise money, or they decided it was best to leave CAUD with no capital. So, Paul, the de-SPAC went into a complete downward spiral. So that, all that. And the stock now trades for, let me get a current price. It trades under 40 cents. Now there was a bit of a what's Doris Kearns' book about Lincoln's cabinet? Can't remember the title, but the Lincoln built a cabinet where he allowed the various cabinet members to freely and fully debate their points so that he got all sides. So there, over a period of several weeks, I consider there was a good faith, honorable airing of all sides from intelligent, honest men and women about what's going on in the market of CAUD. It may be no surprise to you, Paul, and I'm not sure I was in every discussion, by the way, but I took the risk. I took the awkwardness and I took the heat of forcibly presenting my view that somebody, and clearly it was none of the people involved, it was just somebody else, had sold counterfeit shares into the market using the financing as a hedge and probably taken $100 million out of the market of the stock. Now, what comes in fairness from the other side, well, you can't prove that. Well, I don't think that Pablo, you could go to the customs agent in JFK and find out how much cocaine Pablo Escobar moved into the United States. The criminals just don't show it. You have to investigate it. But I think you could see it in the trading volumes, in the price action of the stock. So, Paul, a lot of what I've just described is both history and it's also something you've heard before. I bring it up right now because I am extraordinarily impressed. I am big league impressed. I am hugely impressed. I am almost beyond my expectations impressed that the current CEO of CAUD listened to all sides, is committed to building a team, including people, jerks like me that are kind of on the outside, to successfully build a multi-billion-dollar company in collective audience. And that includes the people who I thought their point of view was incorrect, but their motives completely full of integrity and on the side of creating the best value for shareholders. So, like the Committee of Rivals, Den of Rivals, Table of Rivals that Doris Kearns wrote about the cabinet of Abraham Lincoln, I am just really impressed by the CEO Peter Board's ability to listen to, invite, and include all well-meaning people to his cabinet, to his table, to create the best path forward. And by the way, my point of view is just a tiny sliver of that best path forward. I also think, Paul, that the criminals, in my judgment, and not everybody agrees with me, continued selling, and have continued selling because they have a massive counterfeit position out there that they want to cover, and they want to purloin their ill-gotten gains from the market before everyone catches on. Now, Paul, we've seen the game over and over and over and over and again. To my estimation, whoever's doing it, and again, it's not the people that sponsored the SPAC. It's not the lawyers who represented them. It's not the hedge funds behind them. It's not any of those. These are honorable men and women. Somebody, though, in my judgment, came in and they have this massive counterfeit position. So what, you know the answer, Paul. They want to get the company to do a reverse split. Yeah, a reverse split. They want the company to raise money down at these levels instead of at 11, 12, and 25. They want dilution so that the price that they've created becomes facts on the ground. Well, this brings me to the next thing that I am just astonished by in a great way. And I'm not going to, Paul, you can look up the news announcements and the filings and disclosures. What I'm about to say is from my memory. I believe it's 100% true, but I mean to do a video, and I will do one on collective audience. The first deal, remember, the idea was collective audience was going to provide a vehicle for AI teams, MarTech, marketing technology teams, ad tech, advertising teams, to come into a vehicle which would allow them, these teams and these entrepreneurs, to experience a financial reward for their years of hard work. The industry is, I think, $1 trillion industry. They're targeting as first movers, and Peter Boards has put an exceptional team together, including Elizabeth. I'll think of her name in a minute. And others. Tremendous skill sets and brains and experience. Elizabeth. Anyway, you can look it up at their website. He's put an advisory board together. And he's got a great right-hand man. I think he's COO. You can look it all up. So they did the first acquisition, and they had to raise some money because remember, the sponsor, Aubrey Advisors, and the hedge fund, they were either recommending, in their best judgment, or they were simply unable to raise more than $5 million to finalize the D-SPAC. And it was either their judgment or simply their inability to raise more than $5 million. They paid $2.5 to the lawyers, $2.5 to the financial guys. And CAUD was left cashless. I think they had $100,000 or something. So CAUD had to raise some money, and they did their first transaction. So they raised some money, I think, you can look it up, Paul, at about $1.25 range. And it has a backward looking, and it has warrants. It has all the hot spots. Instead of what was discussed, and you'd think with this brain trust they could accomplish, that as it came out of the gates, they could have raised money maybe at 15 or 20. But anyway, it didn't happen. They raised that. So what's the good news, Paul? The good news is, without raising a whole lot of money, they got the first transaction done. and it's a good one. I don't have it on top of my head. Just to my memory, it's out of France, and it's great. It had great revenue, great forward projections of growth. Fantastic. Well, then they announced a second acquisition. And I don't remember the financial deals. But Paul, what's important about these, they are moving down their targeted plan of bringing in AI, bringing in MarTech and AdTech, and being the first mover, the biggest in the 50% of the AdTech market, at least for now, that isn't dominated by the big, this is my understanding, by the big Walmarts and Bezos and other companies like that. They are rapidly moving to bring in revenues, cash flows, earnings, teams, brains, and they are quickly building this engine that's going to make this company a multi-billion-dollar company. And it's all with the drive, the integrity, and the brains and the skills of Peter Boards at the top, and then Elizabeth and the CEO and the rest of his team, and soon to be ever growing. Finally, I will tell you, Paul, the last financial transaction, I don't know if there was a news release, but it's in the disclosures. Peter Boards himself put up $300,000 as a loan to the company. And I'm going to print it out and discuss it in a video. I haven't had time. But Paul, what I think that shows is that Peter knows his way to create this company. Do not sell stock at these falsely manipulated and collusion and counterfeited share price levels. Yet, you got to face facts where they are. So you have to do the deals as you can get them done. But I think in each of these deals, and I'd have to reread them, the benefit comes to each team at higher prices. So my point is, Paul, I think Peter Boards, Elizabeth, darn it, and the COO, personally, because I'm wary. There's two people on the board from Aubrey Advisors. But as I've just said, Aubrey Advisors are honorable men and women. But I think Peter has this team realizing their number one goal is to acquire the best of the best and acquire cash flow, earnings, and growth. And their goal is to get this stock up, and each acquisition will be done at higher levels. I see the last time I looked was last week, I think. I see no evidence that they're going into a toxic convertible note transaction. And there is no, Paul, there is no intention, zero intention to do a reverse split. So my thoughts on collective audience are extremely positive. If I get a win in my small transaction of 400 something shares, I would buy a little of this in my IRA, wherever. But I think the price for CAUD is ridiculously cheap. I think you have to hold your breath and add to your position. I can't give you financial advice if you so choose. But Paul, my number one thought is I'm really impressed at the mission, the team, the people who, including people that I don't agree with their point of view, but they're good, well-meaning people, who Peter Boards is both listening to, processing the information, and moving his team on the mission to becoming a multi-billion-dollar stock. My opinion, it's going to be a $50 stock unless the stock market goes all to hell. So, Paul, I talked about that quite a bit. I'm going to try. I don't know if I will, and I'm not. Anyway, while I'm in New York, I'll see if I can meet anybody. Hey, Jenny L. Thank you, Jenny L, for everything. 2 DJT calls, $37 strike. I like that, Annette. I don't have the money to do it, but the only thing I might do differently, and there's nothing wrong with doing two, but when I would do something like that in my past, I might buy 3. Why? So as soon as, if it runs up and the premium comes to a point where if I sell 1, it pays for the whole trade, then I have 2 left. So let's say the stock, I don't know where it is, it's 35. Let's say it goes to 60 and I can sell 1, take the money off the table, and then it goes to 70 or 80. I still can sell 1 more and still have 1 in case it goes to 150. Anyway, I love that you did that trade. I think that sounds fun. I'm not criticizing it, but I'm just saying it's an idea to buy 3 because it gives you, what's the word? It gives you more optionality when you're taking your profits. Hey, Richard, thank you very much. The scariest word in Puerto is rico. Rico, you have some splaining to do. More news on DBMM. Let's see. I'm not sure that that's going to change anything, but I'm willing to look. Three hours ago, Digital Clarity engages representation in Irvine, California. Digital Clarity, a digital marketing management consultancy and the wholly owned flagship and brand of Digital Brand Media and Marketing, a fully reporting U.S. public holding company, is pleased to announce another geographic expansion into the United States and now the West Coast in Irvine, California. As part of Digital Clarity's commitment to growth in the United States market, the decision to establish a presence in Southern California reaffirms the company's growth blueprint for expansion geographically, with a near-term strategic and tactical focus on the United States. This move aligns seamlessly with the insights and direction provided since the fourth quarter, described in the company's 10K, etc. Irvine, California is one of the best cities to do business on the West Coast and is recognized as a central hub for tech businesses and innovation. As such, it is an ideal location for Digital Clarity to further penetrate the American market. With its vibrant ecosystem of tech companies, Irvine is a master plan city and the largest in Orange County, with proximity to other major business hubs like Los Angeles, Newport Beach, and San Diego. Quote, we are excited to further expand our footprint in the United States with carefully selected and designed representation in Irvine, California, said Reggie James. The West Coast serves as a strategic gateway for us to access a dynamic market and foster innovation-driven new clients, partnerships, and strategic alliances. We intend to leverage the region's unparalleled resources and access to the USC talent pool as it continues to drive its growth trajectory in the United States and beyond. With our commitment to delivering exceptional service and results, we look forward to establishing a unique footprint in the region. Digital Clarity's representation in Irvine will focus on delivering a service-driven engagement that emphasizes business development, including lead generation and content creation. By offering our comprehensive suite of services, including brand development and digital advertising strategies, value proposition planning, revenue acceleration programs, and go-to-market strategies, we are poised to meet the diverse needs of clients across various industries. DC chose its representation carefully to spearhead its expansion efforts in yet another geography to initially serve the B2B tech market. The skill set of resources will enable DC to deliver exceptional value to new clients with individualized advisory services and quantifiable bottom line results. We are excited about the integrated business model, and we see Irvine as the next successful execution. Additionally, we are planning a series of podcasts, which we'll be sharing shortly. Nico, that press release is going to do nothing to scare the shorts. I like at the end that they're going to do podcasts. I do like that. I have listened to their podcasts in the past. I do like the CEO. That's not their title. The one, Linda, I think her name is. She's terrific. I have listened before. They make a compelling story. But this press release, Nico, is going to do nothing to help scare the shorts. But it's definitely movement in the right direction. If I had written this, I would have just said, we are planning a series of podcasts in the near future. That would have been my whole press release. Listen to the podcast. They may change the story. I can't click on that. New music. And there's nothing there, Lion, that helps me know what to Google search. This computer won't let me click on it, so I got to get a new computer. Yeah, Ham is excited. Hey, Lion. Yeah, Lion comes here to pick up new listeners and new people, and that's fine with me because Lion also adds a lot to the discussion here. So I don't know where to find his. I think it's Discord. I don't know where to find the link, but look for Lion of All Trades this evening and join in. Hey, Annette. Jenny. No sound. That's the best way to listen to me, Jenny. No sound. If anybody likes lo-fi music, darn it, I can't click on that. I would like to hear it. I'd like to hear it. The Fro Girl. Thank you, Fro Girl. Jenny is loved. Yeah, it's on Discord. I don't know how to use Discord, but Lion of all trades. Keith Latner makes the perfect point. Proprietary algorithmic trading is just a fraud. That's not what he said. He said it's a front, a cover story for counterfeiting. Absolutely. Absolutely. And they don't want it looked at. Banks literally own the regulators. I agree with you, Keith. And that's something, we've tried, all of us have tried with GTI, Finger, MMTLP, others. And in my case, I've done it sometimes to the point of exhaustion, and I'm not complaining, but I've run myself down, but I've tried to be there. I know I've also done it to the point where I've lost my cool, where I've done things that people can make fun of me on Twitterati, or snippets. I don't know. But I've tried not to quit. And it's not about me, it's everybody out there. But I think we've shown to ourselves that nobody's going to rescue us. Adina Friedman doesn't care. She has no curiosity. I think she was promoted beyond her abilities because she's a woman. That's my opinion. I'm sorry to offend. But I think women deserve every equality, every opportunity. They deserve to make more money than men, to be more successful than men. But don't promote them beyond their ability when they're a pilot in my plane that I'm in the back seat, and when they're helping regulate the banks that are looking out for my wealth. But she's not the only one. You've got that overweight guy over at FINRA who's just there as a nothing. Absolute nothing. No courage, Robert Cook. No courage. He's just to make sure FINRA does whatever Gary Gensler wants. And Gary Gensler's not there to help anybody there. He's just glad-handing, printing his CV so that he can get a promotion under the breakfast at Biden's second term. He can become Secretary of Treasury, and then he can spin out and be on the board at Goldman Sachs. So the men in this folly aren't any better. But anyway, I think you're absolutely right. I think you're absolutely right. I learned how that saying goes. God is good. And then you say all the time. Scott, I haven't figured out my PayPal yet. I was going to try again this morning, but Ham called and he wanted to go on early. I'll thank you for asking. And I will just remind everybody, I put my Venmo in the description. I guess I could put it up. I have a Zelle. But somebody put up money. I'll thank you. I can't quite read it. But thank you. This week, I'm asking for donations because after, I don't know how long I've done this, a year and a half or something. I've never asked for subscribers. I've never asked for likes. I've never asked for money. But I woke up Monday morning and I said to myself, you know what? Bury your pride. You have to ask. And I have to ask. So anyway, I am going to go to New York. I'm not going to quit. And I appreciate Scott. I'm going to get an answer on it. I spent about 35, 40 minutes. I think the problem is that my account at PayPal is so old. I have this problem with Amazon Prime that even though I have a new email, I know my username, I go in and they allow me to change my password. They send me a blip at my phone. I think the problem is that they send something to my old email that I don't use. And anyway, I don't know how to fix it. I think I'm in this endless loop, which means I can't use it, just like I can't use Amazon Prime. Anyway, I'll work on it, Scott, but thank you for asking. Thank you, Mark. You're so kind. Collective Audience announced that its CEO, Peter Boards, has been inducted into the New Jersey Ad Club Advertising Hall of Fame in recognition of his achievements. He's really impressive. I think he is gold-plated and his team is great. Collective Audience, again from Mark, Collective Audience appointed Stacy Hawes to the Advisor Collective, which he's building up, and it's tremendous. This strategic advisory board the company formed in order to support the transformation and advancement of ad tech and martech. I thank you, Mark. That's so great. That kind of helps my point. Hawes is an award-winning ad tech martech executive. She has more than 25 years of success helping hundreds of brands to leverage the power of data-driven marketing and drive exponential. Mark, that's great. I'm really excited for Collective Audience. I don't think it's going to have a short squeeze, although it could in the short run. I think it's in the category of stocks to accumulate, like several of the ones that we talked about yesterday. But I am extremely impressed with what Peter Boards and his whole team, Elizabeth, and now he's added Stacy. I think it's great. PS71, thank you for your donation yesterday. I will put your name on the list, which I'm going to work on. I was going to have it all done this morning, but I'm going to work on now this afternoon. Before I sign off, I'll talk about the gold one more time. Because PS71, I was talking about it with a friend of mine, and I hope to meet with investors on the gold when I'm in New York. This gold investment is essentially a private placement, although the company technically is a public company, but it doesn't trade. PS71, I believe I have invested $250,000 over the years in the stock. If I'm wrong, it's just because of my memory. I'd have to go through boxes and go. There's no electronic evidence that I can have access to. So I'd have to go find subscription documents. I'd have to go to banks, and brokerage accounts, try to get copies of wire transfers. But to the best of my knowledge, that's around what I put in. And I did it all at multiples of 15 times, maybe 20 times the price that this offering is made at. So you would ask, well, why is it available so inexpensively? The core group of investors and the prime investor have gotten old. And they're all wealthy and they're all really high-powered investors. The main driver, his family, his health. He's a great guy. I spoke to him yesterday. He's very smart, baseball fan, and highly successful. But his family has taken away the checkbook from him because his health isn't very good. And so I think they've made the plans, to be blunt, about what happens as they transfer his wealth to the next generation. So anyway, he can't fund it. In the past, he would just write a check. On top of that, everybody's tired of hearing, they're tired of hearing the same story and all that. So there's that aspect. I would describe it as a situation where the main catalyst cannot, this isn't a word, I don't think. I hate it when people use it. He cannot catalyze. He cannot be the catalyst to get everyone to jump in the pool. So I've been working it. My associate has money ready to go. I have talked to many investors. I have the initial amount. I think what we have ready to go might be enough to be the catalyst, but it might be just shy of that. We're talking to big investors. I'm talking to my investors. He's talking to his big investors who are gold companies, gold funds. And then I know the company has received a major investor commitment, which the shareholders turned down because, like anybody would do, if they're the only choice, they're trying to, it wasn't a good deal. It wasn't favorable to the investors. So PS 71, as I said yesterday, the two metrics are, and we'll talk about it again. I want to go through these, but the two metrics are shares are being offered at 4 cents a share. Frankly, I came in at prices in the 50, 60 cent range, maybe higher. And then, anyway, that's roughly it. So anyway, if this achieves by the end of the year, by the way, I have full confidence that this is finally in its last stage. It's now or never, and I think it's now, and I think it's going to work. But if it goes from 4 cents to 40 cents, that's 10x. If it goes to just the minimal, when I play with my arithmetic, really discounted $4, that's 100x. So in a way, it's a lottery ticket or it's a short squeeze ticket that we are trying to do in all these other stocks. 4 cents goes to $4, 100 times, and the shorts can't short it. It doesn't trade publicly. There could be shorts in it. I don't know. But the shorts can't play. So I'm really on that metric. That excites me. Will it stop at $4? No. I actually think the reasonable target for the stock is $40. $40. I'm not going to tell you the high number. It's a lot higher. But $40 a share. So that's one metric. The other metric, PS 71, is at this price, let me use the baby bear, mama bear, and papa bear ratio. The baby bear ratio, I don't know. I got to do the arithmetic. I don't have it in my head. But the baby bear ratio is what was proven, although there'll be investors out there that say, hey, there's no way that's proven. But it's what was proven by third party outside chain of custody 17 years ago. I don't know that number in my head. It's not because I'm trying to avoid saying it to you. I just don't know it. I didn't do the calculation. But at the mama bear level, which is, I think, based on my conversations with the people that I know and inside, and my confidence in the improvement of the process without increasing the resource. At the mama bear level, you're paying $1 an ounce of gold, $1 an ounce of gold, potentially. There is risk in this trade, potentially $1 an ounce of gold. If the papa bear number came, it's ridiculous. I'm not going to go with the papa bear number, but at the mama bear number, which is what the pilot plant is going to prove, that the baby bear number can be scaled to the mama bear number, and production can happen gold in hand. It'll take 2 months to expand the existing pilot plant, to add the equipment and get it all ready to go. The team is there. And then it'll take a few months, shouldn't take 6, but it'll take a few months to produce gold. Once you produce gold, you take all the risk out of this. There's no more guesswork. So at the mama bear level, you're paying $1 an ounce of gold. The cost of the process is very low. I'm not going to say it because it's like, oh my gosh, that's unbelievable. That's not believable. But I will use for the example that I'll give you $300 an ounce, which a lot of people say there's no way, because the industry's average cost is closer to over $1,000 an ounce. But at 300, that leaves $2,000 an ounce if you produce this gold, either in a joint venture or yourselves, ourselves. I'm a shareholder. So $2,000 an ounce in profit, and you're paying $1. That's stuff to dream on, and that's the mama bear. What the mama bear represents, PS71, is taking the resource, which was independently drilled in many holes down to 200 feet in 2 different sections, taking that resource using the caustic fusion methodology. And I'm not a metallurgist, so I'm using my understanding. They came up with, I'll tell you the number, they came up with a gold equivalent recovery of approximately 0.04 an ounce per ton. The 0.04 is actually a little bit better than Newmont Gold, Newmont Mining, and Barrick Gold currently produce. Carlin Gold, this is Nevada Gold, Carlin Gold, year in, year out. And this invisible gold that Newmont discovered, I don't know, 50 years ago, something, took Newmont from a penny stock to one of the biggest gold companies in the world. So anyway, using that resource base and using the initial process that worked 17 years, 15 years ago, you come up with the baby bear numbers. The mama bear numbers is using the same resources, and the they've spent $75 million developing the process. And then the largest shareholder spent the last 4 years and his own money further developing the process through COVID and through an earthquake. They've now increased the recovery to 0.2, which has been scaled up. There's no reason why it should not scale. It does not have any kind of electric problem or see, I lost the words, valence maybe. Doesn't have any attraction problems. So the confidence is high. Absolutely, his confidence is certain. Me, I always say something will go wrong. But his confidence is certain that the baby bear recovery will turn into the mama bear recovery. And at that level, you're talking over 30. The baby bear is 6 million ounces of gold recovered. The mama bear is over 30 million ounces of gold recovered. Papa bear, I'm not going to even tell you. It's so high, it's scary. But this could be the largest discovery of gold in North America. It'd be the largest discovery of gold in the world in the last 50, 60 years. It's big. And the natural buyers, the natural JV partners are Barrick Gold and Newmont Mining. They're right there. So what is it, PS71? It's nano gold, so it's invisible. It's smaller than the width of your hair. It's probably about the size of guys like Jeff Easton and Carlos Danger over at Power Up Lending and the Seth brothers. It's probably about the size of their brain. Just kidding. But it's really it's an invisible gold. But the gold is invisible that Barrick Gold and Newmont Mining produce and which makes Nevada the single largest producing state of gold in the nation, and I think in North America. So anyway, the other little thing is it's refractory gold. So that means it has a coating. Back when the dinosaurs walked around, the coating on the molecules is resistant to heat, basically. And so they have to melt that coating like an M&M, if you think of it. You put the M&M in your mouth, the coating melts, and they get the gold inside. Anyway, I'm going to try to raise the entire amount of money. But if somebody else comes, so if I'm doing it, I can, block for you, and there's an opportunity for people to come in to what I think is the risk has been wrung out of this. The guy that's developed the process, he's older, he's in his 70s, but he's got it. I suppose there's a risk. What happens if he gets incapacitated? But there's other people that have the knowledge around him. So anyway, PS71, I talked about it more than I should, but I'm so excited about it. It is a lottery ticket. There's the mining camp. It's a lottery ticket in a way, but the risk reward, even for $5,000 or $10,000 investment, The upside is literally life-changing, and the shorts aren't involved. This, to me, this is one of the ways, and I'm talking with another guy on some of his deal flow. One of the ways to beat the shorts is just raise money privately. Let me just see. Nevada, I'm reading at PS 71. The Carlin trend and related, which was discovered by and proven to work by Newmont. They have both produced and have reserves of over 200 million ounces of gold, and it's the same nano invisible gold. This area on the low end is estimated to have 63 million ounces of gold. It's huge. It's just huge. The company has been around for 17 years. Independent and internationally respected engineers have calculated the drill bit. It's a big, it's out in the desert. It's a big caldera where a volcano was. Have calculated the drill indicated resources as 33 million ounces of gold, 33 million ounces gold to 200 feet depth. They did drill 2 holes down to 400 feet, and it was the same material. So one way this could get bigger is by drilling everything down to 400 feet or lower. The other way it could get bigger is drilling between the 2 zones and outward. So it's pretty exciting. Assays were conducted by internationally respected 2 companies. I'm not going to give the name. The deposit is a blanket sand. It's highly predictable, and the results have shown that the extraction is simple. The challenge. Let me go to the challenge, PS 71. The gold exists in clusters less than 200 nanometers of refractory, and the refractory means the coating of nanoparticles. That's a billionth of a meter, The width of a human hair is 70,000 nanometers. So this is less than 200 nanometers. They talk about the guy doing it. I don't want to give it out over this because I want to be clear. I'm describing it to you, but once I talk to you to find out you're real, and I know you're a real person, but others, and that I can comfortably make the introduction. I'm just going to let the company contact you directly because I can't. This isn't a what's the word? Offering to sell. That has to be done by the company. By the way, there's no commission in this. There's no commission. The biggest thing that helps me is 1, I'm already invested, but 2 is, boy, if people here could get a squeeze type return, let's say within the next 12 to 18 months, it could be, I suppose it could be sooner. I guess I get some benefit out of having happy people. All right, the guy doing it has previously built and sold and made a hell of a lot of money in gold. And you wouldn't, if you know gold, you probably know the project that he was successful at discovering and building and selling. I'm going to skip all over that. Anyway, he's built a process here that is proprietary. It uses it uses no toxic chemicals, and making the gold is simple in commercial quantities. this particular project, PS71, there was a delay caused by an earthquake in 2020. I don't know the name of it. He says it's the Monte Cristo Range earthquake, which was a 6.5 magnitude earthquake in Nevada. And it was big. It was a big deal. And it set the whole project back. It did damage it, and it had aftershocks. Also, COVID stopped everything. Right above, and in geologic terms, it's right next door in Nevada. There's a range there that has produced over 200 million ounces of silver. So this is right in the same material. By the way, this project also produces silver, but we're ignoring that. 75 million has been invested so far. I'm a small participant, but I'm in there. Actually, I think net, I'm probably in the top 20 investors, believe it or not. I could be wrong. Maybe it's the top dozen, but I'm up there. Okay, PS71. This extraction process has been proven on a pilot scale with zero pollution, which is unique. Okay, here's the risk, and it's just got to be stated. There's no way of knowing for sure how productive it will be when they build out the pilot plant, or what the final results will be. However, the resource work they had and the assay work they had was conducted under chain of custody, and it was done by outside internationally respected engineers. So I trust the results. Okay, the work to date shows if you go to 200 feet depth, 33 million ounces of gold. That value at today's market is over $70 billion. The valuation of this investment round, 32 million. 32 million. It gives me excitement to think about it. So the goal, PS71, of the money raised, they're seeking $5 million. But the CEOs also said he could get to work for less and try to prove it up for less. So they have two parallel paths. But the goal is to build out the pilot plant, produce gold, and by, say, September, October, be able to tell you, hey, we did it. They're going to restart operations and use the infrastructure already in place. Okay, the final testing, I'm almost on PS71. The final testing over the last many months, they are recovering 0.20 ounces of gold per ton, 0.20. They have, just to give you, almost 200 million tons of resource, 200 million tons of resource. They had been using, over the last 17 years, a recovery of 0.038. So it's a huge difference. And they've, in other words, they've shown on 170 million tons that they can get 0.20. Ten years ago, PS71, they drilled over 30 sonically drilled wells to 200 feet. They proved up, and I use all these words in their terminology, but I just say we have to use it with this is speculative, a big bracket around these words. but they found 6.6 million ounces of gold, all under chain of custody. The new methodology shows that it's possible they could extract 33 million ounces of gold. They did have another buyer. Shareholders turned it down because it was punishing. The terms were punishing. If they find gold down to 400 feet, and that's one of the uses of proceeds, they think they could increase the amount of gold recovery from 33 million to 66 million ounces of gold. That sounds big. That's not the Papa Bear number, because they could also drill between the two zones, outward. There's no reason to believe that this doesn't cover a much greater area. I'm not going to tell you the cost of gold recovery. They believe they can put the pilot plant into operation in a matter of months. The guy that's driving this owns 40% of the company, and so his interests are aligned with us. Anyway, PS 71, I'll put your name down. I didn't mean to get all into that. Yeah, Stacy Hawes sounds terrific. Matt, no, I didn't know about a Verizon partnership. I thought the partnership for Finger was potentially Alibaba. But Matt, I just got my agenda. I'm going to New York on Sunday. I'm going to stay through Tuesday. I'm going to ring the bell with Finger on Monday morning. I'm having dinner with management either Sunday night or Monday night. So I will be able to report to you everything. Yeah, this guy, Larry Crump, I read about him before, Mark. Very impressive. Everybody that Peter Boards is attracting, I would consider top of the Ritz. Lion, I'm leaving that up there because it's big news. Yeah, the news, they acquired DSL Digital, marketing as a service. They don't have news today, I don't think, but that happened just recently. They've acquired two companies, and the buzz score on CAUD is 3.55. It's an extremely positive rating. Anyway, I think CAUD is a screaming accumulation, if not a screaming buy. Does some responsibility fall on Logic or Brent? I thought about that a lot, and I asked the question. And I'd say no. However, I'm taking your question literally, because at the end, I think Brent had to sign off of it, but there was no choice at the end. They had to go with it at the end. But where I think maybe there was some responsibility, why the hell do a SPAC at all? But that's back a year and a half ago, you know? He didn't know. No one would know. No one would know. So no, I don't blame him. I really don't blame him. And I hope to see him if I can while I'm in New York, and I'll try to get more answers. I don't see any news on Fisker. I did see that somebody sent it to me this morning. And Lion of all trades, your chart abilities are so much better than mine. But I looked at it yesterday, and on FSR, I can almost convince myself that there's a reason to believe that stock can go up. But I don't really see it. It's not exciting to me. The risk on FSR to me is you could lose half your money very quickly. And that's in return for not quite doubling your money. However, I did say yesterday, I think FSRN, if it does start going up and it were to go over 0.07, there's a gap up to 12.50 that has to be filled. There's another gap to almost 30 cents that has to be filled. There's another gap at, I can't tell, at 70 cents that has to be filled. And I don't see any resistance. So if you add those moves in, the risk reward maybe down to, 0.03, I can't tell, 0.025. I really can't see the numbers, so I'm guessing. So the risk from 0.037 down to 0.03 or maybe down to 0.025 could be justified for a reward if it can break through 0.07, which I don't see any reason. If it's moving, I don't see any reason why it'll stop there. That's literally how I see it, Lion. If this stock starts moving up, I don't see anything to stop it from going up. I don't see any resistance. That's my reading of the charts. You're much better at it. But sorry, I'm trying to look at the 20-day moving average is 7 cents. The 50-day moving average is 26 cents. And the what is that other one? 100-day? 200-day. 200-day moving average is $3. But I mean, if it started, let me give a number to it. If it broke through around 5 cents with some volume, first stop 7 cents, next stop 12.5 cents, next stop 27 cents or so, 30 cents, next stop maybe 50 to 70 cents. And I even think if it fills that gap at 70 cents, I don't even see much resistance there. But it looks like there's 3 months of sideways trading. So 70 cents could be a breather. But man, you might be onto something, Lion. I don't know anything about a squeeze in Fisker, but I defer to you. I never have once studied this stock, and I've never even brought it up. So I leave it to you, Lion. I leave it to you. But like I say, if it got some get up and go, I think it would go. If you're talking about Jenny L, you're right. But any other woman too. Beetlebug, if you think fundamentals are worth $25 in price, that's your number, not mine. When and what kind of positive earnings would make that happen? I think fundamentals, I don't know your time frame of your question, but I think fundamentals are more likely to move finger to the $5, $6, $7 range in the short term. In the more medium term, I would guess the fundamentals would be more in the $12, $15 range. But when is that? When is that? Because I don't have perfect access to information, because I don't have perfect understanding of what and when the revenues will be. I can't tell you, but Beetlebug, I think fundamentals can triple the stock price of Finger over the next 2 or 3 months. I think Finger is well and truly controlled by the shorts. So if that's all it does, I think they will try to press it back down. Now, the key to what I think will finally hurt the shorts is positive cash flows and positive earnings. Based on the previous conversations, based on separate interviews, I think it's clear to me that Finger expects that they're going to go positive in earnings by the second quarter of this year. Now, you've got to be clear, Finger operates on a lagged reporting system. So second quarter could be third quarter, our third quarter this year. I think once Finger achieves positive earnings, it's never going back. And I think the earnings achieved, let's say, in the third quarter. I need some water. Positive earnings achieved in the third quarter would be met with enthusiasm. But I think most analysts and most players will say, well, let's see them do it again. Yeah, that's what will happen. So the key will be how positive are the earnings? How predictable are those earnings? How sustainable are those earnings? And what implication for earnings growth does the announcement, do the fundamentals imply? Beetlebug, it's just so repetitive, but I'll run through it. Finger gets revenue from acquiring minutes, essentially from the government, but acquiring minutes from big players at a discount and reselling them in a nearly riskless transaction to the largest telecommunications market in the world by population. They are running that money every month. The one thing is they had brought in money each month. That amount of money they get increases. So the revenue they get from that increases month after month after month. And at some point, it'll get off the hockey shoe and go up into the hockey stick. That's one source of revenue. I expect you're going to see those fundamentals announced, and they're going to start to be really impressive. Now, the margin on that business, in return for the fact that it's nearly riskless, is not high, but it's repetitive. It's like bunts and singles setting up the rest of the business. Secondly, they have potential revenue from their text messaging. And let's skip that because they do it on a commercial level. That's how advertising's done in China. But let's just skip that one and move to the third one, which is rich content messaging. Why should you move to it? Because China is mandating the upgrade. While we're bombing deserts, China is upgrading its telecommunication service to 5G. 5G allows rich content messaging, videos. So they're moving that messaging to RCM. And RCM is a source of revenue from business providers, because that's how they advertise to consumer users. So that's a big area. Currently, it's in its infant stages, but it could explode in earnings. And if that becomes clear over the next 2 quarters, that by itself could be a company maker in terms of projected growth. Next, China is mandating the build out of 5G province by province, which means that 1.5 billion users of phones. I think, even though that's the population number, I think many users use more than one phone, have to upgrade to 5G capable of phones. They have to buy a new phone. And the Chinese government is mandating that every consumer and every business, when they acquire a new phone, buys a warranty. They buy Apple Care. And if you assume, Beetlebug, for the sake of it, that the annual, I think this is a low number, that the annual cost is $100 a year, and it's mandatory, and you have no choice. If that purchase, it's 106 billion, 1.6 billion phones, but it's going province by province. If that acquisition is done through the auspices of Finger gets $25 a contract annually for no charge. That's Apple Care. That is a huge source of not only forward revenues, but cash flows and profits. And that's in place right now. They have the agreement with the world's largest insurer, warranty insurer, and the world's largest. They already have that in place. They've been working on it for well over a year, and that's rolling out. So Beetlebug, that is a source of profits and positive earnings. If they even announce a little bit of that, it's enormous, because the margins are basically for free. They don't have to build a lot of capacity. But what they have to build, province by province, is places, shops, little places that people, when they break their phone, they can take the phone in to have it repaired. And that's all being done. It's not on Finger Motion's cost. It's just province by province, those repair shops, those facilities are being built out. And so that's been a little bit of the delay, but it's coming. So Beetlebug, you have revenues and low margin, high safety business of the resale of minutes online. You have the corporate messaging, which we could focus, I'm skipping it, the SMS and text messaging, because they're moving to the rich content messaging, which is next generation. It's huge. They can charge a lot of money, and it's going to go over the 5G networks. You have the warranty on phones, 5G phones that mandated by the Chinese government. You have to buy, let's call it Apple Care, warranty. And Finger Motion gets what, 25% of the revenue without any bricks and mortar or cost of sales. Then Beetlebug, over the last several years, through the trust management has built with the Chinese government and through data collected by the users of its phones, Finger Motion has built up big data. You can look up Beetlebug if you don't believe it. You can look up the stock SNOW, Snowflake. Currently trades at $3.10 a share. Looks like it was destroyed like everything else. But I'm trying to find its... no, that's Finger Motion. Sorry. trying to look at Snow. Maybe that's the wrong symbol. Let me just go to Yahoo Finance. Symbol is SNOW, Snowflake. Trades for $154 a share. It has a market cap, Beetlebug. Snow is big data in a world, in an economy, in a mature insurance economy for automobile, for health, for motorcycle insurance, for fire insurance, in, I would argue, the most mature insurance company in the world, the United States. Snowflake, big data, trades for $154. The high on the last year is $237, but it has a market cap of $51 billion. $51 billion, Beetlebug. So what Finger has been doing for the last few years is they've been working with scientists, and by that you mean actuaries and mathematicians, and they've been working with Pacific Re and Muni Life Re, Pacific Life Re and Muni Re, Beetlebug, two of the biggest reinsurers in the world. Those two companies have built laboratories with scientists to go through the data that Finger Motion can collect by users' use of their phones. They can tell, Beetlebug, if you get up at 6:30 every morning and you go directly to work and you come home at 7 p.m. at night and you go directly to work home. They can tell if you, on your way home, you pull over to Hooters and you sit there for an hour and a half checking out Hooters, and then they can, believe it or not, tell if on the way home your drive is straight. They can check your driving records. They can check violations. As an example, they can tell if you drive out of the blue, you go for 300 miles north to Beijing, so that you put a lot of miles on your car. So they've developed this data for Pacific Re, Pacific Life Re, and Munich Re, and they're now in Beetlebug the monetization stages. They were in the second stage. I don't know if monetization happens in the second or the third stage, but they're on the verge of monetization of big data with two of the world's most respected reinsurance companies globally. And oddly, they're coming into the world's largest or second largest economy. But it is probably maybe not the virgin insurance market in the world, but it is an early developing insurance market in the world. And they can take that data and they can sell into China car insurance, motorcycle insurance, health insurance, fire insurance, mortgage insurance, life insurance, health care, the ongoing care insurance. And so Beetlebug, over the next quarter or two, I expect to see more information, if not results, early results from the monetization of big data, Sapientus. And it could be bloody huge. It could change everyone's life in this stock, Beetlebug. And it would make $25 a price in the rearview mirror if the success of big data comes anywhere close to SNOW. Then Beetlebug, finger motion, because in China, people don't use cash. They use their phone as access to buying. Finger motion is a gatekeeper to big online marketplaces like Tencent or whatever, or Alibaba. They get a piece, like a gatekeeper, like a toll booth. They get a piece of every trade, risk-free. If those earnings are growing, that would be a positive side. I don't think it would be the kind of thing that revolutionizes overnight. But that kind of steady growth would be high margin business and would be exciting. Finger motion acquired the Netflix of Southeast Asia. Ham gave the numbers, tens of millions, if not 100 millions of users. And as the phone becomes 5G oriented, this can expand. If earnings are coming from that as they go into China, that could be exciting. Look how Netflix trades as one of the S&P 6 or the Magnificent 7. So, Beetlebug, if those kind of growth in users show earnings that have a dramatic growth pattern, it could bring the stock to much higher numbers. There was just now some sort of announcement on finger motion. Let me see if I can relay it to you, since you obviously don't have access to a computer. Oh, that's what it was. 7 days ago, Finger Motion announced through an app that they have with Zhizhu technology, they've entered into an arrangement to provide, using your phone, you can charge your electric vehicle at the charging stations, and Finger Motion will get a piece of every one of those trades. That's huge business. That's like the credit card business. I don't expect, Beetlebug, that's going to give an enormous add to revenues right away. But if they can extrapolate the level of usage, the growth of usage, that could have a meaningful impact on the share price. But personally, I think that's 1 or 2, 3 quarters away. Then finally, Beetlebug, since I guess you need an update on the fundamentals. Finger Motion disclosed a shelf registration on September 11th of last year for $300 million. $300 million. It specifically announced that Univest was the banker. They also did a sub-filing, which was required, for $25 million that could be used at any time. So we now are standing at, let's call it May 11th. Obviously, it's not here yet, but that's October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May 11th, 9 months later. And that facility, or that's the wrong word, that shelf registration still exists, but it hasn't been made use of. So Beetle, if they announce over the next quarter or two, and that filing wasn't just made for kicks and giggles, it was a serious announcement, and I'm sure there's been serious hours poured into it. But what if they were to announce that $25 million raise was affected, or a portion of it was affected? Now, they simultaneously, Beetlebug, to get into your mind, they simultaneously announced that they're not going to raise money at these levels. So what if they announce some sort of raise that has an equity component that's at higher levels? Let's, for fun, say at $8 a share. Maybe it's $6, maybe it's $7, maybe it's $10. But what if they make that kind of announcement, and then they say the use of proceeds is to acquire revenues? That could have a huge impact on the price. But I don't know. But I don't know if it'd bring it to $25, but I think it could bring the stock price to whatever. Let's just for sake of argument, say they raised money with an equity component in the $6 to $8 to $10 range. I think that's where it would bring the stock price, in that range. There's one last thing. Oh, Beetlebug. I can't give it credit, but I heard on the calls that Ham said there's rumors of a major contract, whether it's with the government or it's with Alibaba. And if they announce over the next 1 or 2 quarters that they have a revenue contract with one or both, Alibaba or the government, it will depend on how big that contract is. It'll also depend on how it's structured. Do they get the revenues all in this year, or is it spread out over many years? But Beetlebug, that would be, I think, transformative. So Beetlebug, I did not say that I think finger fundamentals in the short run are worth $25 in price. I think over the long term, the fundamentals could be worth $25. It could be worth $100 a share. It's the kind of stock you could put in your account and set it and forget it, if the fundamentals over the next 2 to 5 years work out. I have said things like that. But I've given you a list, since you asked for it, flows and surprise announcements that could be announced over the next 1 or 2 quarters. There's 2 or 3 of those that, if they hit big, they could bring your fundamental price to $25. Now, finally, Beetlebug, what I have said recently is the criminals' clients and the fronts, the pretenders at Lynn Partners. And then Benchmark made the introduction, and we sat and watched it. I saw Beetlebug in the course of 10 trading days, over 100 million shares of finger motion naked shorted according to FINRA numbers. And I'm not going to go even into the apologists on that. I never saw it covered. That was over a year ago. So the sellers, the criminals, continue to sell the stock down. And so I would argue, Beetlebug, that if you used as a nexus $5 per finger, when it trades up to 9, they get it back down below 5. When it gets below 5, people drive it back up close to 5. And if you want to use a lower number, use a lower number. You can say $3 or $4. But the trading has been around that sort of price because there's enough buyers when the stock goes down to 2 or 3 to bring it back up. There's enough believers that the short position is massive. There's enough believers that the criminals at Lynn Partners and behind Lynn Partners have a major counterfeit short position that the risk reward becomes really attractive at $2, $3, $4. And there's enough belief that the fundamentals are coming into place. But what hasn't come yet is positive earnings, positive cash flow, deliverable revenue growth, quarter in, quarter out. So my argument would be, Beetlebug, if this quarter coming or the next quarter or the next one, Finger starts fleshing out what their cash flows are, what their earnings are, what the predictability of their revenue is, what their growth rates are, what the diversification is across these 8 different pistons. I think the nexus of trading that the stock price boomerangs around won't be $4 or $5 a share. I think it might be $12 or $15 a share. It might be $17 a share. It might be 21. But if I had to guess over your question, let's say the next 6 months, let's use the previous highs, $17. Let's say around $15, 12 to 15 to $17. Let's use the midpoint. Let's see, there's enough good news. There's enough predictive capabilities. There's enough repetition. And there's some surprises. I think, Beetlebug, that the new price that the stock will trade around might be $15 a share, not $5 a share. So the new price that gets buyers interested might be, as the criminals drive it down to 11 or 10 or 12, buyers might say, I'm coming in. And as the sort of enthusiastic buyers come in and it goes maybe to 25 or 30, maybe that gets the criminals selling counterfeit shares, trying to get it back down to 15. But Beetlebug, what will happen in that situation is, if it's true, the last Tom Ronk number of over 200 million shares counterfeit, Ham has a bigger number. And there's apologists out there that say there's no way that number, say, I don't want to address that. If it's 200 million, if it's 25 million shares short, and the news is good, prime brokers are going to be uncomfortable carrying that failed to deliver, failed to locate, unsettled position of tens of millions, if not 200 million shares, that the price of revenue received was around $4, $5. And all of a sudden, the stock is sitting all day long, maybe up and down around $15. It's going to be prohibitive to carry that position, at least on the risk side of these prime brokers and on the compliance side of these prime brokers, unless those accounts have huge profits in other trades. It's going to be prohibitive to keep it there. So on top of the fundamentals maybe being in place that I just described, that could keep the stock at 15 or maybe 20. The fact that prime brokers, and we understand it's Jefferies, are going to say, hey, lend partners, client, you know, we were happy to carry this when it was trading around $4, $5. But now on $10 a share on 200 million, $10 a share on 200 million? Is that 2 billion? We need you to bring in $2 billion. And guess what? On top of that, we want you to bring in an additional 2 billion in case it goes up. So we're giving you a maintenance call of $4 billion. Bring it in by the end of the week. Beetlebug, that could change the price in finger dramatically. So I hope I've answered your question. Yeah, SPY looks bloody because, in my opinion, the bond market is digesting the fact that the Fed can't lower interest rates. But I think any pullback is a time to buy in the markets with the enormous caveat. If the bond market collapses, it's all over. It's all over. Our life is over as we know it. And the equity markets will, if the bond market truly collapses, the equity markets will go down by 85% before you can do anything. I don't know. You know more about trading. I wouldn't buy puts on the market. I would let pullbacks. That's where I would trade to the upside. Although I'm looking at the chart, the SPY is hitting the moving averages, and that's certainly a time that it could pull back. But they want to get breakfast of Biden reelected. No, he won't do any digging into FSRN. I can try to do a video. He won't. I can ask him to look at it, but he's not going to get all involved. But I can certainly ask. And I can try to do a video. I want to do a video on T-low hits a new low before T-low hits a new high. Hi, Donna. Oh, Donna. I have a feeling I'm way behind. So I'll speed up. Thank you, Mark. Annette, I'm so far behind. You like my idea. Yay. when I gamble, and when the market, if the market does have a blow off rally, I'm going to try to buy 3 puts if I have money, 3 puts on, I don't know, 3 banks. And I'm going to do what I said on the way down. Well, Ryan Sartell, I agree with you. Finger has been, and they sell without fear. And it's Jeff Easton, Philip Valier, Hai Lee Kim, and Sam Chung, and John. It's not Howard. Anyway, the Australian. And they're the front for the short sellers behind them. They sell without fear because, Ryan, Finger Motion is a startup company. They signed the note with Philip Valier and Jeff Easton. The criminals overwhelmed the stock with selling. And the criminals wouldn't take the money back when Finger said, oh, we'll pay you back. So they had to hire Wes Christian. They had to force them to take the money back. But guess what? Getting rid of the note doesn't solve the problem. It's only a pressure release. The toxic convertible notes only release some of the pressure because the criminals set about selling such an enormous volume of counterfeit shares. Look at Northwest Bayou, look at MULN, look at MMAD, look at DBMM. The toxic convertible note only covers a little bit, but it's enough to do 2 things. One, you've got a lawyer in your cahoots who signs off all the documents that they give to the prime broker. So the prime broker can feel like, all right, they're covered. And they say, okay, open the account. We'll accept the trades. And secondly, if in fact there's a run-up, if in fact seems to be a stampede into the stock and the stock goes up, this gives you enough of a safety valve that you can go to the company and get that exercised and dump stock on the market. I suppose the final thing is, as you're selling the stock price down, it doesn't apply to Finger. As you're selling the stock price down and the company needs to come to the pimp again for another fix, you've driven it down so much that then you get the company to do its own dilution on a massive scale in authorized shares. So I guess those are the 3 things. But the difference with Finger now, Ryan, and I guess you didn't listen to my interview and you didn't listen to Martin Shen's further interview. And I guess it's just hard to get the thought process that I have across to you. Finger Motion had to fight. And if there's any CEOs out there, do not do business with Lynn Partners and probably with Benchmark. That's my opinion. They had to fight that. They had to fight COVID. They had to fight a shutdown in business in China, Ryan. They had to build up these various things I've talked about. And on top of it, Ryan, as a culture, I think maybe more as what Nixon would call a red Chinese culture, a communist China culture, but maybe a Chinese culture as well. They move very deliberately. No one sticks their head up like we do in China because you get it knocked down. You have to get the whole group moving very deliberately, very carefully, but very effectively, very effectively. So Ryan, I'm not going to go back through the list, but I think finally Finger Motion is in the position where they can provide kryptonite in the form of revenue, increasing cash flows, and increasing earnings, and never, ever needing to go back to the pimp for a fix. Never, ever will Martin Shen ever go back to the fraud, Jeffrey Easton. He will never go back to a co-cheater like Yorkville Advisors. He will never accept a toxic convertible note ever, ever, ever again. So Ryan, yes, they can overwhelm us with selling, but it costs money to overwhelm us with selling. They can overwhelm us in counterfeit shares, but it costs money. And the fact is, as soon as Finger Motion starts going into hockey stick trajectories in revenue growth, cash flow growth, and earnings growth across RCM messaging, even the low margin selling discounted minutes into the biggest market in the world, acting as a gatekeeper on the online marketplaces like Tencent and Alibaba, maybe doing a partnership with Alibaba, that's the rumor. Doing some sort of revenue with the Chinese government is a rumor. Getting into big data and getting a piece of every insurance contract that's sold in China that they have their hands on through the auspices of Pacific Life Re and Munich Re for health, fire, automobile, boat, motorcycle, long life care, death insurance. I can't think. There's others out there in the insurance world. Apple Care on every new phone built that's bought that they have a part of. The Netflix of Southeast Asia as it moves into China. The swiping of the phone to buy electricity at charging stations for the biggest automobile market in the world other than the United States. I don't know, Ryan. Do you want to short against that? The one thing that makes shorts run away, like turning on the light in a kitchen late at night makes the cockroaches scurry, is hockey stick projections of growth in revenues, cash flow, and earnings. So I can understand, Ryan, that you're worn out and all they ever do is sell more shares. But you're looking at the equation from their standpoint. They say all we have to do is get a CEO who believes our lies and our smiling faces and our big conference table and our lawyers, and then the hedge funds that come in with the whiskey and cigarette voice and the calm assurances. So whatever the company does, the denominator expands from 10 million to 100 million shares to 1 billion shares to 2 billion shares. And then we recommend a reverse split. And then we keep on doing it over and over and over and over again. So Ryan, if you think that's the road that Finger Motion is going down, you're right. I don't think it is. I have sat, I have sitten. I did sit with the CEO of Finger Motion more than once in the span of 2 or 3 days. I'm going to see him this weekend. And I can tell you, Ryan, the CEO is never going to do a reverse split, at least in the toxic way. He's never going to go expand his denominator because he needs to turn to the pimp who Jeff Easton is. He doesn't need another fix. So I just don't agree with you. But I can see that you're overwhelmed. I mean they could overwhelm, and that you are worn out. And I think it does apply. That thinking does apply to other good stories out there, because those companies are not on the verge of breaking out yet. But Finger Motion has its paws on the single biggest market in the world, and the Chinese government trusts them. I just don't agree with your conclusion. DBMM has 20,000 in cash. Yeah, I would say DBMM is possibly undervalued. The problem is, do they have, and I do think they do, by the way. I really like the CEO. How many times do I have to say it? She is fighting Kurt and Seth Kramer and Carlos Danger. But they have destroyed her denominator. There's a lot of stock out. Let me look at the stock chart on DBMM. Everybody brings this one up. My view is you got to trade this. To me, DBMM looks like a stock to accumulate. It doesn't mean it couldn't blow up to the upside at any time. But you're paying 0.0042. I think the risk is it goes to 0.003. On the other hand, I have to say it has broken above the 0.002, 0.003 range pretty convincingly. But they're trying to drive it back down. The next stop on DBMM to me is 0.003. However, if they are able to break through the 200-day moving average at 0.0046, which they have been doing, and then get through the 50-day and 20-day, although the 20-day is doing I forget the name of it, but they're doing a cross in a bad way, a negative way. But if they can get over 0.005 with volume, and then get through 0.006 with volume, and they'll probably have to try that 2 or 3 times with volume, I don't see why the stock couldn't go to 2 cents a share. But I just think DBMM is an accumulate. I don't see any risk of a short squeeze in the short run. Now, a big caveat to what I just said is Alpine, John Hurry and Elizabeth Hurry at Scottsdale. These are the co-conspirators, in my judgment. Everything on this is my opinion. These are the criminals who have created a massive naked short position in GTII. Who were the originators of that? Carlos Danger, Seth, and Kurt Kramer. Who were the ones that got DBMM in trouble? Carlos Danger, Seth and Kurt Kramer. So if Alpine goes down, you're going down. If I see you and you've got a gun, you're going down. If Alpine goes down, DBMM is going up. Hey, PS 71, thank you very much. Awfully generous. 150 smackers. Everybody, I feel like a public radio station. I am asking if people can help me out even a little bit, but if you don't, it's okay. I'm not mad at anybody that doesn't. You're all welcome here. I put my Venmo in the description, and I'll try to get PayPal. I do have a Zelle, which I can put up if anyone needs it. But anyway, thank you very much, PS71. I can't tell you how grateful I am. That'll pay for my train trip back, probably, or maybe I haven't bought it yet. Maybe it's my train trip up, but I'm extremely grateful. I'm that far behind. Mark, the reason I read it like that is because news announcements like that do not scare the shorts. They do not scare the shorts. I tried to get across to whomever's moved by that kind of news announcement that kind of news announcement won't do anything. Does not mean though, that brick by brick, because that's how the CEOs have to do it. That's how Linda, that's how she has to do it. And Reggie, brick by brick by brick by brick, they got to build their wall. And once the wall's built, they can put a gun turret up on it metaphysically. And once they have the gun turret, they can put in it, a laser ray that zaps all the shorts metaphysically. Susan, I just gave such a long answer on Finger, but I think the biggest thing for you to know is I'm going to New York with the help of so many of you, and it looks like you helped as well. Let me go back to PS71. Thank you very much, PS71. I don't know if that's Public School 71 or a naval boat, a ship, but thank you very much. But Susan, I'm going to New York. I don't know if I'll bring a suit or just a jacket. I don't know if I'll put a tie on or a tie one on. No, I don't tie one on anymore. I'm going to go up Sunday. I'm going to meet with management at Finger. I expect to meet with investors in Finger. I'm going to go to dinner with them. And 9:30 in the morning, they're going to ring the bell on NASDAQ, and I'm going to be there. And because I'm there, it's going to change the whole world. You're going to see buyers come in. No, I'm just kidding. I'll be standing there. Hopefully, I'm in the front a little bit because I want you to see me. But the news on Finger, I just went through. I believe Finger is going to go cash flow positive and earnings positive in the second quarter of 2025, which is right now. We're already in their 2025 reporting year. That's in our third quarter. So by the fall, I think Finger is going to be positive in revenue and earnings, and it's going to be so visibly strong that it'll never go backwards again. And I think the stock price, let me go to Finger. I said it the other day, Susan, but I want to say it again. I'll say it quickly because I can tell I'm behind on my comments. Yeah. I think the chart in finger looks great. Tune into Lion. He's much better. Tune into Arca. He's much better. Tune into Avid. He's much better. But I think the setup in finger is, whether you call it a flag or a pennant, it's a constricting triangle. So at some point, by definition, the price move in the stock breaks out of the triangle, whether it's a right angle triangle or a diamond, whatever. I forgot all the names of the triangles. Once it breaks out in these formations, the price always goes further in the direction of the breakout. So to me, finger, I don't think it's going down. But if it were to go down, I think at 311, I think the price necessary to show that it breaks down would have to be at $3 or so. But I think the first support is 290. And I think the next support, which would be like bouncing off a trampoline, is $2.60. I don't think it's going to 260. I don't think it's going to 290. But if it broke down, I think that's your risk. 10 cents, 20 cents, maybe 50 cents. But on the upside, I think because it's a triangle, I think the breakout could come as soon as around $3.20. But if you want to be safe, if it broke out over 325, particularly if it had volume, because there's no volume now, I'd say if it broke above 320 to 325 on volume, it's all it would take to show that the stock has broken out to the upside. This is finger. And I think you could argue that it would zap up to 350 and pull back. Personally, I don't see any resistance after it breaks out of this triangle. And my guess, it would go straight up from 311 to 420, 415, 425. Go straight up. So your risk is, to me, Susan, that if for some reason, as that other gentleman says, they always sell counterfeit, they always win, maybe your risk is 10 to 20 cents, maybe 50 cents. I don't see that happening in a spike, because I think even if it breaks down, there's going to be a tremendous impetus to get it back up the way it looks, although it could take days. It might not happen all at once. In return for a reward, I think the reward, which I think will happen, this is my call, I think the reward is it's going to break out at 320, 325. And if it does it on volume, nothing stops it. There might be a pause at the 200-day moving average, 416. I don't think so. And then there's several weeks where it traded from 4 to 450, several weeks, months even, 2 months, one month traded in that range. That could be where you see the first testing of it going higher in the 425, 450 range. But frankly, Susan, if it's up on volume and it's got some HEP going, there's not enough volume in these lazy trading days over the holidays to cause much resistance. So I would say if it breaks out above, let's say 325 range on volume, I don't see anything stopping it. You could see a pause for the cause around 425, 450. Maybe that's more than a day or two or three. But I don't see any resistance. And I caution you should get somebody else's advice. But for me, I don't see any resistance. You might get some playing around 450, 475. But for me, next target, $7. $7. And once it got to $7, I would expect it would pull back. I would argue if it gets to $7, that's the third time, and the fourth time it would break through. But talk to other technicians. I'm amateur. But anyway, that's, if I could summarize that in a broad range, Susan, at 311, you might have 40 cents risk to the downside. To the upside, I see skies of blue. I see $4 up. So in return for 40 cents risk, you have $4 up. Annette Moore, subscriptions and likes are free on WRC. The electrons to and fro. We are the joy boys of radio. We chase electrons to and from. Marty Party, I think you need to be accredited. However, it's a public company, not a private. In offerings of under $1 million, there's some leeway. In bigger offerings, you can have, the number I always used was 30 investors. I think it's slightly higher than that, who can be friends and family, and they don't have to be accredited. If, Marty, there's enough people and there's an issue, I've got an attorney that can set up an LLC. And I don't really have the money to pay for it right now, but maybe I could add that slight cost. It wouldn't be that expensive to create a document, be a couple of $100, it took $2,000, $5,000, I don't know. It's not much to set up the LLC, but we could set up an LLC that's just completely pass through. Or if everybody agrees, I could do it on, I could take, 20% of the profit after, I don't know, after 10x and, or something. I don't know, but I could set up an LLC and then I could get the investment in. But no, I think you can be unaccredited based on my say so. And as long as I keep it under 30, but you have to be a good investor. In other words, you can't be a threat either in terms of calling up and blasting them. You have to be a big boy, big girl in the investment. But Marty, I think I already wrote your name down. But it is an accredited investment deal, but some, like I just said, some exceptions can be made. Thank you, Susan. Again, Susan. My sister called one of my girlfriends Losing Susan. But my sister pointed out that all my girlfriends were named Susan for a long time. I was talking about that, Susan. And if you want, I think I wrote your name down, but I'll write it down again. I'm going to go to the bottom of these. I'm not going to pitch the gold stock again. I wanted to do it at the end. There's Jenny. She's the best. There's John Busaka, Dumb and Dumberer. Dumb and Dumberer. So you're saying we might have a chance. Yeah, it'd be good to get a resolution, Gina. I do on MMTLP. I'm not going to go through my pitch, but it is my strongest recommendation. It's not financial advice. It's just urging that each of us can resolve our own situ by transferring our MMTLP to AST or whatever it's called. So we get NextBridge shares. Two benefits. One, if NextBridge does do good things, which I think it will, you're going to lock in your ownership. Two, and you don't have to rely on lawyers and other charlatans to get that benefit for you. But two, we would give to Greg McCabe the ability to go to Congress, to go to lawyers and say, hey, we've allocated 165 million shares. So if there are shares of MMTLP in your clients' accounts, they don't exist. That's pretty powerful. Yeah, I always like when Bunny Chico joins in. Bunny is loosing a lot. Well, you got to cut loose. Cut loose. Ham spoke to those. I can't speak to him. I cannot discuss those stocks. But Ham spoke to him, and you can rewind and get his answer. And do not interpret that because I can't speak to about him that it's negative. Hey, Ed, thank you very much. That is terrific. I appreciate it more than you know. Thank you, Susan. Thank you, PS71. Thank you, Susan. And thank you, Ed. Thank you really very much, Lion. Skinny Whale. I've named my portfolio the great mother of all somethings. Hello? You did great on the call, and I'm just signing off right now if you want to talk to him, but I'm in the process of signing off. All right, I just got to make sure the speaker's on. Hang on. I got to add the speaker. That's the problem. Hang on.
Battery 100%. Connect.
Okay. Hang on. Okay.
Let everybody know, just thinking about it and speaking with multiple players today, you have to be insane to be naked short DJT because they're going to demand a hearing. And I can't see Ken Griffin and his $40 billion getting dragged in saying, yes, we're short 40 million shares when the float's 45. If there's 700 million shares short, think about it. Someone has got this huge position. Who is it? Right? It's got to be the usual suspects, Jane Street. You know, I'm sure these guys are all going to be called in. Who wants to be caught holding the bag on that one? You have to be insane to risk everything that you're doing and potentially go to jail. And there's no way one of these guys are going to stand up in front of a Senate hearing and say, yeah, we're short and, we don't like the company, but we're illegally short just the whole float. They'll be hung. So again, just think about that possibility with DJT and where it leads from that. And you make your own attempts at what you figure out how you're going to play it. But the opportunity to make money on this space is now. So if you're on Northwest Bio or this or that, whatever stocks that you've been playing, now's the time to get your CEO to wake up, make noise, because this is our opportunity. And I've been doing this for 24 years, and the most powerful person we had was Pat Byrne, and they hated him. Now we have someone that's the most powerful man in the world. If we can't win now, I'm afraid it's over. There's nothing you can do at that point. If they're going to continue these cannibalize everybody, it's over. But I believe that this is going to end awful for these guys that are doing this stuff. If you rob $45 billion, I would have faked a heart attack and have them drag me out and take me out of the country because I have to retire and take that money and leave. But obviously, this guy's got partners in the game. He's the front man, and he needs to wiggle his way out of this crime. And the only way out of it is he's got to take a bath in this stock. And once he takes it here, it's going to spread like wildfire. And I promise you, finger motions on the front line of this game, and we will get them. All right, they can play the games up, down, sideways, but you know what? We have powerful people that have our backs now. And I just leave it at that. You guys make your own determination on what's going to happen here. But you could see, yesterday they had DJT down to 31. Everyone thought, oh, it's nonsense. These things are just head fake. It's a head fake. I said it yesterday. I felt the stock was going to go. Today he hit a high of 37. Pullbacks are a buy. You buy the dips, sell the rips, and DJT. NVIDIA, it's the other way. Short the rips and let it drop. It's the other way. That is reversed. They're using NVIDIA as a source of funds, meaning that's where they're raising money from. They have big wins there. So it's completely the opposite way. Funds are in the black there, will sell it and take their profits and put it elsewhere. They call it a source of funds. So they liquidate that one. And that's the look that stock has right now. It's the opposite way. I'm just trying to show you different ways of how the game is played. Anyway, listen, have a great night. I'm going out for pizza with my grandson tonight. So I'm out, and I'll speak to you later. All right?
Thank you. Great job.
Have a great night. Thank you.
Call ended.
All right. Thank you, Ed, again. Skinny whale's funny. The mother of all short squeezes. So it's molasses. I'm going to go as quickly as I can. Why invest in anything if they just short it? I agree with that. I agree with you, Gina. However, as Ham just said, this movement, which was because of the hard work of hundreds of people and dozens and 5, this is huge progress. This letter to Congress is really big. That's just too broad a question for me. I think the fintech stocks, they might be overpriced. Who knows? The industry, but I think it's the future. You're younger, I'm sure, than I am, but all of this step towards alternatives to Wall Street, combined with blockchain and the coins, and then combined with AI, because I personally think it would, my opinion, you could replace a stockbroker with an AI computer in a heartbeat. The only thing that a computer wouldn't do is pitch a stock, but I think it's strong, but I don't really know what you're trying to ask me about fintech stocks in the industry. Oddly, this RCRT, which I didn't get to, I'm not going to get to it today. It's too long. That's all about the fintech industry. Why must gaps be filled? I'll leave it to you to answer that as far as intimate relations among human beings are concerned. In London, the gaps must be minded on the tube, but on stocks, the reason gaps, they don't have to be fulfilled, but they tend to be. They tend to be. And lately, Mark, everybody uses computers to trade with, so it's almost by definition that they will be. But what these charts do, and I'm telling you, guys like Avid and Arca and Lion and Lake Tahoe One, and I'm leaving somebody out, much better than I am at reading charts. But what a chart is trying to do, Mark, is to measure what a group of people, investors in a particular stock, how they've made decisions, how they're behaving as a group, and where their fear greed levels are. So gaps often show, see, the problem, Mark, is the stock market's not the way it used to be. But when you have a fight between buyers and sellers in a market, and if there's a persistent seller, a committed seller, someone that really wants to get out, in a real market, that they'll run out of shares to sell. In our markets, they never run out. But let's leave that aside for now. If in a stock that's been going sideways, all of a sudden you get news, or you get an attack, or you get a big seller, if the selling overwhelms the buying and that seller destroys the stock and doesn't stop, just keeps going, that could be because they have to get out. That could be because the mood has changed. It could be because, I don't know, a hedge fund, a mutual fund's getting out. There can be a whole lot of reasons. It could just be panic. Well, the stock just keeps waterfalling down, 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 down. But finally, the selling is over. There's capitulation. The sellers are tired. They've sold everything. And you start to get the stock bouncing, snapping back. But there'll be traders that come in, or maybe a seller still has some stock to finish off, and it'll bounce around. And typically, after damage, it takes time to fix. As much as we want it right away, it takes time. So why does the gap get filled? Because the selling was a reaction either to bad news or a big sale or panic. The gap is, I don't know how to describe it that I can make sense to myself. The gap is trading outside of normal trading, what was normal for a while, whether it was a short period of time or a longer period of time. And that abnormal trading caused by a big seller or many sellers is over with. And so the market probes, the people, the testing probes whether they can get back into that normal trading range, no matter how short it was. That's one explanation I would give. A broader explanation I would give is that the charts tell you where, as a group, a bunch of people bought the stock over a period of time, whether it's in and out or not. You know that, particularly if you check volume, you know that people were buying and they've been holding it there. They just saw their life pass, their financial life pass before their eyes, and the stock collapsed 195% or whatever. when the theory is, as a group, when the stock comes back to where they can get their money back, they're going to sell. They're going to get out. So that's called resistance. That's called resistance. And gaps have no resistance. There isn't anything there. There's nothing there. So if buying's coming in and it's driving the stock up and it's meeting no resistance, meeting none, and it's just chugging along, the first real resistance, which you can see in charts, is where there's been buying and selling over a period of time. And you can guess that people that have owned the stock for a long time are just going to take a big sigh of relief and sell and get their money back. They can wipe their face, as the expression goes. Well, in that kind of thought process, a gap is nothing. There's no resistance there. It's I don't know. It would be like drilling through granite, and all of a sudden the drill bit is going through sandstone. And it just zip. There's no resistance. That's another reason. Those are my answers on the gap. Market is a trap. Don't fall for it. Well, which market? The food market? The energy market? The market for shoes? All markets are a trap. Don't fall for it. Okay, thank you, Brain Food. We're going to never go into any markets ever again. I'm not, if anyone's listening here, I'm not promoting anything. And to the extent that I've been positive on anything, I'm not giving any financial advice. And to the extent that I've recommended in a way that you look at or let me make an introduction on this gold project, which I'll talk to each of you, communicate with each of you. I can't make a promotion of it. I cannot sell it to you. You're going to have to get the documents directly from the company. But anyway, thank you, Brain Food Energy. Thanks for warning everybody, because that kind of opposite point of view, particularly when it's as well thought out and as well expressed as you're capable of doing, it's very much appreciated. November 5th to vote. I hope they count them. Yeah, vote with your pocket. God, I'm way behind. It's not on my mind, Mark. I actually was going to say something else. So Hooters was my fallback. My mind was much dirtier, much dirtier. I don't know if Hooters is still open. I wouldn't go, but when we went to baseball games up in Baltimore, there was a Hooters brand new, and we used to stop by there. And I remember there was one waitress I liked, but I wouldn't go. Ace is the place. I don't know when GTII's dividend will become tradable. It should have been tradable October, November. The company sent a blanket letter to all brokers lifting the restriction. I suppose, as implausible as it might be, that even though each broker dealer has notification in that letter and in the news that the company issued this as a special dividend, I suppose it's appropriate for each broker to ask you 144 questions, which they did to me. How did you get the shares? Well, obviously I got it as a special dividend. You don't read your news? Are you an insider? Well, no, I've just got it as a special dividend. Don't you read your news? Are you a officer or director of the company? No, I just got it as a special dividend. Don't you read the news? So I guess they could ask us, Miguel, for the answers to 144 stock questions. I think it's preposterous, but I guess they could ask that. Then, Miguel, after 12 months, the rule 144, however preposterous, goes out the window. Doesn't apply after 12 months. So it's there. They should be tradable. There should be no restriction. But when will it be tradable? My experience with E-Trade, I've been trying to get my shares to tradable. They haven't done it. You got to fill this out. You can just upload this form. And then I call in a week later, 2 weeks later. Oh, no, you can't upload it. You need to mail it to us. So print it out, fill it out, mail it to them. Call in. We haven't received it yet. Haven't received it yet. Oh, we have received it. You should get yours in the next 2 or 3 days. Call back in. No. Oh, no, you should get it probably by the middle of next week. Call back in. Well, no, it's probably going to take another 5 to 10 to call back in. Well, we need to ask you some questions. So can you call back on this number? We'll go through the questions. Well, why didn't you do that back when I called in the first place? All right, I'll answer the questions. Okay, go through the questions. Are you an insider? Do you own more than 5% of the stock? How did you get the shares? What's your relationship with the company? These kind of questions. You answer them all. Okay, I answered them. Well, you should. Thank you. You should be that we've done it. You'll get your shares soon. Call back in. Well, the company failed to timely file its annual report, so we were unable to issue the dividend. Well, wait a minute. That's ridiculous. That doesn't have anything to do with it. Call back in. There's some questions you have to answer. I already did that. Well, let me check and put you on hold. Oh, yeah, you already answered those questions. So now I've requested the people you talk to continue working on getting your shares issued. What does that mean? What's to work on? Well, I've sent them an email. Wait a minute. They were just like you. How does sending them an email do anything to help me? Well, I've sent them an email. All right, I'll call tomorrow. You call back in. Well, I've spoken to the 2 people that were helping you before, and they're still working on it. Can you tell me when I'm going to get these shares? What else do I need to do? No, I can't tell you when it is. So, Miguel, I've tried to give you all the input I can give you. See, FSNRN, Lion, I'm not going to look it back up, but if it breaks out, I told you I think it could go higher. But everybody should tune in to Lion of All Trades on that trade idea. No, I don't think any stock is controlled by algos. But I don't think there's really any human traders anymore either. So I don't think they're controlled. But you guys on the other side of trading are scared of black swans and fat tails and unexpected things. Because algos just incorporate probabilities. I agree, Mac. Imagine if Trump does it to 100 million followers. John Hancock, you're right, John Hancock. T-low closed at 697. I think the charts starting to look good on that. I agree. MMTLP will never trade. Whoever's telling you that MMTLP will trade, with all due respect, is either misinformed or not telling the truth, whether intentionally or unintentionally. MMTLP will never trade. I'll go even further, TAA Stroop. I don't think NextBridge will ever trade. My recommendation, if anyone cares what my recommend, NextBridge should never trade in the public markets until every single share of MMTLP is obliterated from the face of the earth. Every share of Naked Short and MMAT is gone, and every naked share of Torchlight is gone, which I see as an impossibility. So I don't think NextBridge will ever trade either. Hey, John Croissant, I can kind of tell that I'm late saying that, but I just saw it. How are you? $311 is a band? $311? I'll look it up if I remember it. I don't see any news on HNRC, but I saw news, Augustine. I saw a disclosure, and for saving everybody else's time, I will not pull it up or talk about it too much. I'll give you what I remember. But I saw a disclosure for HNRA, and that's simply because HNRC doesn't come up. Cunningham, nothing really comes up either. So the DSPAC of HNRA, and by the way, it's not Aubrey Advisors. I don't know who it was. They did the same thing, whoever did it here. They destroyed that stock. They convinced the CEO to do a raise of HNRA down at a low number. And then the stock rallied, and now they've crushed it. It's incredible to me. HNRA is a terrific asset, terrific management, terrific company. But the criminals are trying to short it. And who needs an oil and gas company in America? Well, anyway, chart doesn't look good on HNRA. But what the announcement was, that Augustine, is they entered into an agreement for a $10 million raise with a bank. And I got a phone call. I tried to research that bank. It looks legitimate, but I wouldn't put it past a front like a Jeff Easton, a pretender, to create an LLC that looks like a bank. So I have to do a little more research. My own opinion on HNRC, let me look at the chart. And I'm a shareholder of it. Frankly, probably I own too many shares considering how it's traded, but I personally wish I had the money to buy more. But Augustine, number one, a lot of time has gone by since their January update. So my feeling is the company's going to make further news. Secondly, in the interview that he did in November, he announced that he had a non-core sale of 15 cents a share of assets that he was going to distribute as a cash dividend. And he repeated that in the body of his presentation. I'm paraphrasing, and I'm giving you my interpretation. They've since issued somehow more shares, so it'll never be 15 cents. But in the Q&A period, he backtracked completely and said they haven't decided yet. It could be a stock dividend. So I don't know the status of that. But he promised it by the end of the year. Then in their last thing, he said it would be the first quarter. Well, here we are in the second quarter. I expect, Augustine, there will be a cash distribution or a cash/stock or just a stock distribution announced. If I had to guess, it would be now. But they, just because they've delayed it doesn't mean it's going to be delayed further. But I don't know. So I think that's going to come. Will it be 15 cents, 10 cents, 5 cents? I have no idea. But even if it's 2 cents, that's 100% of the stock price right now. So I take that as a positive. I expect it this quarter. Secondly, he announced that he was going to distribute the HNRA stock that they sponsored. Now that's 120 days from the effective date. To my memory, that was November. So you have to add 6 months. That's this summer. But they could announce that sooner. I think he will. And when I did a calculation, I came up that was worth 7 cents a share. But then I realized I don't really know. So I don't really know how much that's worth per share. But HNRA is a valuable stock. We'll get that as a distribution. I think they're going to announce those two things. Now, finally, Augustine, he made it clear that he entered into a $10 million financing at the beginning of last year. Maybe it's what was just disclosed. He also said in his interview that he's going to uplist the company. And secondly, he said that HNRC and WDHI are both working on acquisitions. Quiet period. Can't say anything. So I expect that it's possible, if they were working on acquisitions, that whoever they were acquiring, or if they had a bankster, that the money that was going to be distributed as cash might have been largely claimed to affect that trade. Finally, they have this property at Cunningham to develop. They need to drill 60 wells. Typically, if you want to get tax credits for 2023, you need to spud the wells by the end of the first quarter, which is already passed. So if they did anything on that, I would expect they would announce it over the next 30 or 45 days. And then finally, oil prices are strong. They continue to sell oil and gas. And they have gold assets and other assets. So that's all I know. There's no news that I know of. When I look at the stock price, Augustine, of HNRC, it's been up, up, and up, down, up, down. To me, it's broken down from a declining wedge, which is a very bullish sign, and very little volume. it indicates the stock is telling me that something's going on. I wouldn't rush out and buy it or anything, but the stock's saying to me, saying something's going on. And remember, Frank Kristen owns, I think, 17%, and he's a financial engineer. So I don't know how much he paid for all that, but he's in with us with it. But the stock looks like it's over the 20-day. It's now over the 50-day. It looks like it's broken through whatever this price is for the third time. And so I think the stock is going to, the next time it closes, I'm not saying tomorrow, but maybe over the next few days, I wouldn't be surprised to see HNRC close at 0.025, Augustine. And then there'll be some resistance. I can't tell the price, but it looks like $3 something. But the 200-day moving average is 0.0466. And I'd say if I had to pick a number where it's headed, 10 cents a share. And it could go much higher. I'd say it's headed to 10 cents a share. It's not going to go straight up. It's not going to go straight up. Finally, Augustine, as you know, because you've Googled it and you've pulled up the news releases, they announced in January that book value per share, I forget if they said net asset value, I forget what they said. To my memory, you can look it up, is 42 cents a share. 42 cents a share. The assets on a per share basis at the same time that they showed a greater issuance of shares. So that I'm sure they put that all in the arithmetic. The stock's worth 42 cents a share. Oil and gas is under massive shunning because all the young people believe that we're going to stop using oil and gas in 10 years. We're all switching to EV and all that. Oil and gas is not a major part of people's portfolios. This is a third level, fourth level stock. So you're going to see the first level, second level stocks move first, and they are, and you're seeing acquisitions. But oil and gas is going to come back and be in favor. And I like HNRC. I wish I had more of it. So that's all I could say. 311. I was going to do a video on Tilo yesterday, but they were tearing up the street. I was going to do it this morning, but Ham called early. So I guess I'll have to try to do it tonight, but I got to follow up on the gold company. So I got some work to do. I like Tilo. What's the point of covering the email if they will see it once they scan it? Well, then they see it, Lion. Thank you. Then they see it. I can't change everything, you know. I assume if somebody scans it, they want to help me. If not, thank you, Lion, for pointing out that Shills can go get my email. That's fine. It's just an email to ignore. But thanks, Lion, for pointing it out to everybody. AMC to the, I don't know. I never recommended AMC, but I watched it and it was interesting. I think that AMC and GME both are under control. And that's something we have to watch out for any of our stocks. To get a short squeeze catches people off where, and you have to get the criminals caught unaware. I think I didn't eat lunch. I think Kitteridge, and I'm sure many of you, but I think Kitteridge is going to be rewarded for accumulating. Blimey, mate. Blimey, mate. I forget the questions, Lee. So it's April 29th. Maybe, by the way, Lee, and to whoever asked it, Chicago, maybe it catches out the system and causes a squeeze. It's possible. Possible. I can't get mine released, so maybe. Tom, if the whole market and the whole short covering comes to close all at once, it'll be difficult. But one by one, the DTCC is all the brokerage firms. Last time I looked, the assets in the DTCC were $120 trillion with a T. It sold off, and I don't know where it is now. But 100 trillion is a big number, 100 trillion with a T. So that's the first place. Well, that's the second place. The first place is the money that's sitting in the prime brokerage accounts. That'll be taken. The assets will be taken from the criminals, unless they've hidden them. And ultimately, if Congress decides that one of the prime brokers who's going out of business is too big to fail, ultimately the money will come from the taxpayer. But you got to remember one thing, Tom, just to use as an example. If Dean Witter has a client short $100 billion worth of a loss, they're short, and they close it out at a $100 billion loss, and Dean Witter has to put up the money. The other side of that trade might be E.F. Hutton, and E.F. Hutton gets a credit of 100 million. So the system, Dean Witter might have trouble, but E.F. Hutton suddenly has assets. So the system, maybe it wobbles, but the system retains the capital. So when you look at the DTCC having to pay out, the money is staying in that big, broader system. But you're absolutely right. If it happens all at once, it's an enormous risk. I like your idea, Kit. I like your idea. I'm glad, Brent, for two reasons. One, that you did it, and you have your shares at AST. And secondly, that shows that Webull has real shares. I never would have believed it. Brent, that's so great that you got your shares. Congratulations, congratulations. There you go, Cook. And the other side, the bad guys, Wall Street, the lawyers, they've been playing chicken because they don't want a settlement or disclosure. They hope we go away. But here's a wild card. The wild card is DJT. To me, it's a huge wild card because if he gets it in his head, he's not going to let it go. And could you imagine him describing it in a press conference? He'll be worse than I am. He'll say the same thing 3 or 4 or 5, 6 times. Kit, the problem with buying someone's shares actually, he said Nextbridge, didn't he? He didn't say MMTLP. So with Nextbridge, it should be easy. Just contact the transfer agent, have them change the name, and wire the money to the guy's account. Yeah, that's true. True. Ryan, I didn't see that statement. Well, I think I reached the end of the comments somehow. All right, I just want to point out to you, I like the stock in HNRC, but I also like the stock chart for Logic. I guess it's got to go sideways a little bit more. Or maybe not. But Logic is acting very strong. It closed at 0.0378. And they're going to, by all announcements, they're going to do a reverse merger, and it's going to be valuable. So when it's announced, and I assume it will be, maybe you double your money, maybe you triple your money. You just do it for a trade, and I would expect that to be soon. There was one other one we were looking at yesterday that looked good. MMAT, maybe that was it. MMAT looks like it's breaking out. Anyway, we'll leave that as it is. So thank you for everybody that helped me out. Today's Wednesday. I guess I'll ask tomorrow and I'll ask Friday, and then I'll shut up. but I just need to ask for donations. Basically, if I'm going to continue doing this without interruption and without just walking away from it, I just need to bridge this little period of time. And so anyway, I put the Zelle up, and as Lion disclosed to everyone very helpfully, if you want to find my email, just go into my Zelle. And I appreciate that, Lion. Then I put below Venmo in the description. And anyway, I just appreciate it. So thank you very much to everybody. Let me go through everybody that did it, and then I'll sign off because it's really nice. It's very, very nice. Edgar, thank you very much. Ed. Thank you, Susan Michaels. Means a lot. Thank you, Susan. And PS 71. PS Boat 71 or Public School 71. Thank you very much. I'm going to go to New York. I'll get her done. I'll get her done. And I'll say a special good night to Gronk. I have a little doggy bone for Gronk. And all the other dogs out there. And 6 to 256. That would be great. I don't know, KYP, which link. I put Venmo underneath in the description. I put Zelle up earlier. I can do it again, I guess. And then I can't figure out PayPal. I can put Zelle up again. But don't worry, KYP. You just gotta beat Ham. You just gotta, and I'll be in the audience. That's all you gotta do. But don't worry about it. KYP, you didn't have to do that. You're so nice, KYP. Another goodbye to another good friend. After all is said and done, gotta move before they make me run. All right, it is 5:18. Thank you very much, KYP. I owe you, everybody. I really appreciate it. So I'm going to sign off. Hey, real Ralph Cramden, how are you? I'm going to sign off. I wish everyone peace, love, and happiness, and I guess wealth, but love and happiness and peace. As ever, if you think of it, maybe we can all pray for peace in the world and pray for the children that are caught up in just horrible, yeah, it's just horrible. And as ever, I also say, pray for Jenny L. And thank you to Jenny L. And let's pray for each of us. Let's pray for good success in New York. And I thank each of you for your input. And let's go get them. So I will see you down the road. Thank you, KYP. Thank you, Susan. Thank you, DS71. Thank you, Ed. And we'll catch you on the flip side.